Chapter 1104, Intermediate Town. Shi Feng felt his head ache when he heard the administrator's price. In reality, this was considered cheap. An intermediate town shouldn't have appeared at this stage of the game. In the past, the first intermediate town had only appeared after mainstream players had reached level 60. During that time, Tier 2 expert players were commonplace. Right now, however, mainstream players weren't even level 40. Guild mainstream players could earn money far more quickly at level 60 than level 40. Following which, Shi Feng gave up on constructing his town and stored his Grandmaster town design before leaving the VIP room. Town reconstruction was only one of the benefits of an intermediate town. Reconstructing the town was not necessary to reopen it to the public. Currently, Shi Feng lacked coins. Hence, he could set this matter aside for now. In any case, Stone Forest Town had already been successfully promoted to an intermediate town. The Grandmaster design wasn't going anywhere. He could simply operate Stone Forest Town as usual. It would not be too late to reconstruct the town after a few more days of earning money. In the Candlelight Trading Firm's second-floor lounge, Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade both sat quietly inside the lounge. Uncle Yuan, I'm afraid that we'll have trouble completing this trade. For some reason, the evil energy in Stone Forest Town is gradually dissipating. It is only a matter of time before Stone Forest Town recovers. Zero Wing won't be interested in our conditions, Purple Jade said after she finished reading the information the secret pavilion had sent her. Smiling, she said, Blackwater, Heaven's Burial, and Pantheon have suffered greatly. Not only have they failed to obtain Stone Forest Town, but they have also lost all of the members that they had dispatched. This is the first time Pantheon has suffered such a massive loss since joining God's domain. They definitely have a mess to clean up. The relationship between the virtual gaming world's superpowers was not as peaceful as everyone thought. If given the opportunity, these powers would be more than willing to choke their rivals to death. After all, every game's resources were finite. If they had one less competitor, they could claim far more resources for themselves. Pantheon had lost 1 trump card legion and 2 core legions in this war. That was a total of 3,000 experts. This would be a significant blow to any super guild. The loss of the trump card legion was particularly severe. Any player capable of joining a super guild's trump card legion could reach the trial tower's 6th floor at the very minimum. Such experts were considerably rare in first-rate guilds. In the eyes of ordinary players, those who reached the 5th floor were already considered experts, much less the 6th floor. Zero Wing is truly unpredictable. Yuan Tiexin shook his head and laughed. No wonder they aren't afraid of mutual destruction with Blackwater. However, this doesn't affect our plans in any way. Even if Stone Forest Town recovers, it will take a considerable amount of time and resources. Meanwhile, Candlelight Trading Firm cannot wait that long. It is even more so for Zero Wing. He had not talked through his hat. Currently, both the Blackwater and Heavenly Trading Firms were pressuring the Candlelight Trading Firm. Although Candlelight still held considerable influence in Starmoon Kingdom's market and maintained its daily traffic, how long would that last? Both the Blackwater and Heavenly Trading Firms were marking down their prices and selling their items at a loss. They could also keep this up for a considerable amount of time due to their abundant funds and powerful connections. However, what about the Candlelight Trading Firm? The Candlelight Trading Firm had neither abundant funds nor powerful connections. Its only capital was Stone Forest Town. There was no way Candlelight could win a price war against the Blackwater and Heavenly Trading Firms. Moreover, without sufficient coins, Zero Wing could not continue to develop. Now that Zero Wing was in the limelight, this was the perfect opportunity for the guild to develop and widen the gap between itself and Blackwater. If Zero Wing only continued its development after Blackwater recovered, the guild would be in big trouble. If Blackwater decided to take action against Zero Wing again, it would take more precautions and would not be caught off guard as it had been in this war. Furthermore, Zero Wing currently had an agreement with the secret pavilion to hand over the bronze mounts and strengthening devices. These items were considerably expensive, obtaining them would not be that easy. If Zero Wing wished to earn more coins, working with the secret pavilion was undoubtedly the best decision. Just as Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade were quietly discussing Zero Wing's situation, Shifeng, currently disguised as Black Flame, entered the lounge. What a powerful mental oppression. Yuan Tiexin was shocked when he laid eyes on Shifeng. Meeting the man in person felt massively different than watching Shifeng on the screen. Although Shifeng had hidden his weapons and equipment's glow effects and sheathed his aura, Yuan Tiexin, with his bountiful experience, immediately sensed the dangerous atmosphere coming from Shifeng. This swordsman felt like a dragon lurking in the water. 6 epic items. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Tiexin's lips involuntarily twitched. In God's domain, the difference between epic items and dark gold items wasn't limited to their aura effects. There was also a huge difference in the materials used to produce them. Even if Shifeng tried to hide his item's glow effects, players who were familiar with the materials could easily recognize the item's quality. Yuan Tiexin had researched the various materials available in God's domain precisely to gauge others' strength. After all, there were too many experts who preferred to keep a low profile in God's domain. If he knew how to determine equipment quality, should he come across an independent expert, he might be able to recruit them into the secret pavilion. As for his enemies, he could use this knowledge to gauge their strength and respond appropriately. Uncle Yuan, are you sure? Purple Jade was slightly doubtful when she heard Yuan Tiexin's words. Even their guild leader did not have as many as 6 epic items on him. At most, he had around 3. Epic items were simply too rare. Even Grand Lords rarely dropped them. Hence, even now, she only had 2 epic items. Even so, many of the guild's upper echelons were incredibly jealous of her. Of the 2 epic items, one was a weapon while the other was a pair of shoes. She had obtained the shoes during a fortuitous encounter. However, that encounter had cost her a level and plenty of effort. As for the weapon, the guild had given it to her due to her status as the guild's top genius. Even a genius like Cold Autumn had not received an epic item. Yet, Shifeng had 6 epic items. Anyone would question this matter. Do you doubt this old man's judgment? Yuan Tiexin could not help but roll his eyes at Purple Jade. Although he was no match for the little girl in terms of potential, he could rank among the top 5 in the guild when it came to judging item quality. 6 epic items. Is this the secret to Black Flame's strength? As Purple Jade quietly watched Shifeng approach, her will to challenge the man to a fight was immediately extinguished. Only those who used epic items knew their strength. If 2 combatants had roughly equal combat standards, the one with 6 epic items would trample over the one with only 2. Furthermore, her standards were weaker than Shifeng's. By challenging him right now, she'd only ask for a beating. After Shifeng took his seat and before Yuan Tiexin spoke, he received a message from his guild. Stone Forest Town has been promoted to an intermediate town. Chapter 1105, Golden Cities. Yuan Tiexin fell into a daze after he read the message. An intermediate town. Although the secret pavilion had captured many towns, they were all still far from becoming intermediate towns. Uncle Yuan, what happened? Purple Jade asked curiously when she noticed Yuan Tiexin's long stretch of silence despite Shifeng's arrival. Yuan Tiexin finally reacted, returning his gaze to Shifeng with a perplexed look. Just when he thought that he had uncovered all of Zero Wing's secrets, he felt as if he knew nothing about the guild once again. Did Zero Wing truly lack a background as he had thought? Yuan Tiexin did not respond to Purple Jade's question. Instead, he smiled at Shifeng and said, I really must congratulate you, Guild Leader Black Flame. Not only did you defeat Blackwater, but you've also promoted Stone Forest Town to an intermediate town. Although Yuan Tiexin smiled, inwardly, he was extremely frustrated. Now that Zero Wing ruled over an intermediate town, he had no choice but to place greater importance on the guild. An intermediate town occupied far more land than a basic town. It also had more features. If one called Stone Forest Town a mountain of gold when it had been a basic town, then as an intermediate town, it was a diamond mountain. Setting aside Stone Forest Town's proximity to the Stoneclaw Mountains, its battle arena alone could earn Zero Wing a fortune. Furthermore, plenty of companies would want to open their own virtual shops in the town. Previously, Stone Forest Town was as valuable as 4 or 5 basic towns. The town attracted many companies. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's asking price had been too high, causing many of these companies to shy away. However, now that Stone Forest Town had become an intermediate town, even a fool could see its value. Most likely, Zero Wing's previous conditions would no longer deter companies' investments. Tons of companies would definitely be willing to invest in the town regardless of the cost. Right now, Zero Wing did not lack coins, credits, or players. It had even earned its prestige. Zero Wing's future was limitless at this point. The conditions he had prepared to offer Zero Wing would most likely be of little interest to the guild now. "Thank you," Shifeng replied politely. He then smiled and continued, "If you have come to purchase the Magic Tower design, I'm sorry to say that Zero Wing has no intentions of selling it." Guild leader Black Flame, you jest. The secret pavilion has already given up on purchasing the design. Instead, in exchange for constructing one magic tower for us, we would like to offer you high potential lands in 5 major cities, each with player populations in the millions. How about it? Yuan Tianxin asked. After giving the situation some thought, rather than trying to obtain the magic tower design, he would opt for the next best thing. However, when Purple Jade heard this, she was shocked. How valuable were major cities' high potential lands, exactly? The various large guilds had already bought out these lands. They were impossible to purchase for a reasonable price, yet Yuan Tianxin had just offered 5 of the lands for one magic tower. Your offer is quite tempting. However, I have to refuse, Shifeng responded, shaking his head. These 5 plots of land were easily worth 30 or 40,000 gold in total at the moment. Moreover, their value would undoubtedly rise as time passed. Even if he rented these lands out, rather than use them himself, he could earn a hefty sum. However, his magic tower design only had 2 uses left. Among them, he had agreed to reserve one for the Town of Beginnings. Even if he traded the remaining magic tower for 5 high potential lands, the trade wouldn't profit the Candlelight trading firm overmuch. Shifeng's straightforward rejection stunned both Yuan Tianxin and Purple Jade. Obtaining these 5 plots of land was the equivalent of gaining an additional 5 million customers. Even a super guild's guild leader would pause to consider such an offer, yet Shifeng had rejected it without blinking. Purple Jade even began to wonder if Shifeng truly understood these lands' value. Why else would he refuse the offer so decisively? "May I know how much guild leader Black Flame wants for a tower?" Yuan Tianxin asked, gritting his teeth. The secret pavilion was determined to obtain the magic tower. The guild leader had specifically reiterated this in their conversations. "I want lands in these cities. There are a total of 20 locations. I believe the secret pavilion should be capable of obtaining them." Shifeng then revealed a list of several minor NPC cities. Most of these cities had populations below 100,000, with some as low as 30,000. These cities were also spread out, covering 11 kingdoms and 2 empires. When Yuan Tianxin heard that Shifeng wanted 20 plots of land, he nearly cursed at the man. However, when he read the list and noticed that all of the names belonged to minor cities, he was stupefied. Even if he added all of the cities' player populations, the total was less than 2 million. Moreover, the lands in these locations did not have much potential. He could not fathom what was going through Shifeng's mind. However, this was good news for the secret pavilion. "Guild leader Black Flame, is this all that you want?" Yuan Tianxin asked. He doubted that Shifeng was so generous. "Of course not. I still want a 20,000 gold construction fee." Seeing Yuan Tianxin's skepticism, Shifeng had no choice but to state a more reasonable price. Truthfully, his price was quite high. Even Shifeng thought that he was ripping off the secret pavilion. Although these 20 plots of land were not particularly expensive, they served a great purpose. However, even if he wanted to buy these lands himself, he could not. Other large and small guilds already occupied them. These guilds would only part with the lands at a reasonable price if an existence like the secret pavilion took action. In the past, these land cities had been known as Golden Cities. These cities had earned that name due to their proximity to high-level maps that provided diamond wood. Diamond wood was a rare type of wood in God's domain. It was specifically used to produce high-ranking boats. Even if diamond wood were used to produce a common speedboat, that boat standards would almost be on the same level as bronze speedboats. Hence, diamond wood had been incredibly popular among the various large guilds and seafaring adventurer teams. Unfortunately, diamond wood was extremely rare. Many kingdoms and empires lacked maps that provided the wood, including Star Moon Kingdom. Now that he had his own medium shipyard, he had to prepare. In the past, he hadn't had this opportunity. Now that the chance was before him, how could he miss it? Lands in these cities had sold for astronomical prices during his previous life. Back then, 50,000 gold had been the bare minimum to purchase one plot of land. Unlike ordinary materials, players could not store the wood meant for crafting boats in their bag space. Rather, players had to transport the wood at its full size. Moreover, even when the wood reached an NPC town or city, it was still considerably troublesome to transport the wood to its final destination. Of course, players could utilize teleportation arrays to transport the wood. Only, the price of teleporting a single log was far higher than teleporting a player. In the past, the most common transportation method had been transport carriages. However, it would be foolish to transport a single log each trip. Hence, players usually stockpiled the wood before hauling it all at once. However, NPC towns and cities did not permit players to leave piles of items on the streets. If anyone dared to do so, their items would be confiscated immediately. Due to this, the various large guilds had needed warehouses to store the materials. To put it simply, guilds in the past had spent 50,000 gold to purchase warehouses for their diamond wood. Chapter 1106, Advanced Transport Carriage. An additional 20,000 gold? For a moment, Yuan Tixin fell into deep thought. Fine. However, once we make the payment, you need to begin the magic tower's construction immediately. Although the minor city's 20 plots of land and the 20,000 gold was slightly more expensive than the 5 high-potential lands in major cities, the latter's value had far more space to grow. That's fine. When the deeds for those 20 plots of land and the 20,000 gold arrive, we will begin the tower's construction. Shi Feng hadn't expected Yuan Tixin to agree to his demands so quickly. Although obtaining those lands was a simple task for a super guild, collecting the 20,000 gold was not. Yuan Tixin's ability to agree so readily showed that 20,000 gold was nothing to the secret pavilion right now. This caused Shi Feng some regret. If he had known, he would have asked for 30,000 gold. After all, super guilds would undoubtedly invest more than 20,000 gold into a town's defenses. A single defense turret already costs 7,000 gold, roughly the same price of constructing a magic tower if it were built by a master lifestyle player. Meanwhile, a guild would need at least 4 defense turrets to defend a town adequately. Unfortunately, 4 defense turrets weren't as capable as a single magic tower. Following which, Shi Feng and Yuan Tixin signed an agreement stating that the secret pavilion would complete its part of the deal within 2 days. At that point, Zero Wing would be required to construct a magic tower in Ice Crystal Town within 2 days. Shi Feng was surprised when he saw Ice Crystal Town's name. He had never imagined that the secret pavilion would capture the town. Ice Crystal Town was a border town in the Fire Wing Empire's southwestern region. The town had originally belonged to a dark force, and the majority of the town's NPCs were Tier 2. There were even several Tier 3 NPCs in charge of the town. Even the Fire Wing Empire had to consider actions against the town carefully. However, this town was precisely the reason that the Fire Wing Empire had given up on evicting the dark forces in the area. One could just imagine how difficult it would be for players to raid the town. Although Ice Crystal Town appeared ordinary, it was the closest town to the neutral map, Sunset Mountain Range. As a neutral map, the Sunset Mountain Range did not fall under the influence of any kingdom or empire. The map was also roughly half the size of a kingdom. As no kingdom or empire had ever developed the map, it had far more resources than the various kingdoms and empires. Moreover, many races lived in that map. Without the many restrictions that were usually found in kingdoms and empires, many dark forces often operated in the map. Players could also find items there that were not available in kingdoms and empires. Sadly, players couldn't teleport there. They could only travel to the map on their own power. Ice Crystal Town's popularity among players would undoubtedly surpass Stone Forest Town if someone could obtain it. Pioneering the Sunset Mountain Range would be considerably convenient for a guild. As expected of the Secret Pavilion, it actually managed to secure Ice Crystal Town so early in the game. Sherfone was fairly envious. The Fire Wing Empire's player population exceeded Star Moon Kingdom's by many times. For players, Stone Forest Town's sole attraction was the Stoneclaw Mountains. However, the regional dungeon had a level 50 limit. Once mainstream players exceeded that limit, the town would lose its appeal. On the other hand, the Sunset Mountain Range's limit ranged between level 50 and 120. Ice Crystal Town would be popular in the Fire Wing Empire for a long time. If a magic tower were built in the town, it could easily garner 3 to 5 times more players than Stone Forest Town. However, Sherfone gave the matter little thought. Zero Wing was only starting to get on the right track. How could it possibly compete with a well-established guild like the Secret Pavilion? Moreover, he had earned a fortune through this transaction. Only, he wouldn't see the profits immediately. Once his shipyard officially opened for business, those 20 plots of land would begin to show their true value. The high-level maps near those minor cities had yet to be developed. No one had noticed the benefit of constructing boats with rare wood yet, either. Now was the perfect time to purchase diamond wood in bulk. Once he had trained enough lifestyle players, he would have collected enough diamond wood to mass-produce boats. Following which, Sherfone bade Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade farewell. White River City's teleportation hall. A constant stream of independent players teleported into White River City. Among them, many immediately set out to inquire about Zero Wing's residence, all of them wishing to join the popular guild. Big Sis Rain, is this really White River City? Blue Phoenix, who wore a black cloak, asked as she observed her surroundings. Elite players wandered throughout the teleportation hall. There were also the members of many large guilds. Among them, there was no lack of level 39 and level 40 experts. Meanwhile, outside the teleportation hall, many players hawked their goods, and their items were just as astonishing. Selling a level 35 secret silver plate armor chest piece. Find me for a private chat if interested. Selling a level 40 mysterious iron weapon. Only magic crystals accepted as payment. Watching the players sell weapons and equipment on the street, Blue Phoenix wondered if they had teleported to the wrong place. At this stage of the game, both level 35 secret silver equipment and level 40 mysterious iron weapons were considered high-quality items. Even in empires, very few players would willingly sell them, yet so many players did just that in White River City. It was simply inconceivable. Meanwhile, the various adventurer teams present were the most shocking. Many adventurer teams recruited members to head to the Twin Towers Kingdom. The minimum requirements to join these teams were to be level 39 and a full set of level 35 secret silver equipment. Applicants also had to be capable of reaching the Trial Tower's 4th floor. Players who met these criteria would be considered experts in a large guild. Phoenix Rain was also somewhat surprised. Even in Starmoon City, she hadn't encountered such a busy scene. This was the first time she had heard or seen one of a kingdom's major cities surpass the capital. After leaving the teleportation hall, Phoenix Rain quickly noticed a large number of advanced carriages moving about the streets. Hailing a carriage wasn't easy due to so many players fighting for their own. Why is Yuan Tianxin here? Just as Phoenix Rain was about to climb into an advanced carriage and head to the candlelight trading firm, she discovered two players atop Mount stopped before the teleportation hall's entrance. Both the man and the woman wore black cloaks. Although the cloaks prevented others from seeing their IDs and levels, as the two did not hide their appearances, those who knew them could recognize them easily. This was especially true for Phoenix Rain. When Phoenix Rain saw Yuan Tianxin enter the teleportation hall in such a hurry, her expression shifted. Yuan Tianxin was one of the secret pavilion's upper echelons. He was even one of the guild leader's closest confidants. Very few matters warranted a personal visit from him. The only reason she could think of that would demand Yuan Tianxin's attention was Zero Wing. How many secrets does Zero Wing have? Phoenix Rain could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Following which, Phoenix Rain dispelled the thought as she made her way to the candlelight trading firm. Shortly after Yuan Tianxin left, Shifeng called Melancholic Smile to meet him. Of the two designs Lancelot had dropped, one was a town design, while the other was for a transport carriage design. Chapter 1107, New Product Launch. Over 20 advanced forgers and engineers stood inside one of Candlelight's special forging rooms. These advanced lifestyle players had come at Shifeng's call. As advanced lifestyle players, they were highly valued and had high statuses in any guild. However, when these 20-plus advanced lifestyle players entered the room, they all fell silent, fully focused on the ancient design spread out on the table. Guild leader, this is, Melancholic Smile rubbed her eyes, not daring to believe what she saw. The advanced transport carriage. Ordinary players might not have much use for this item, but to a manager of a trading firm, it was incredibly important. To her, the advanced transport carriage was worth far more than the bronze engineering locomotive. Not only could the advanced transport carriage transport a large group of players, but it could also transport more goods than the ordinary carriages that NPCs sold. Many important items in God's domain couldn't be stored in a player's bag space. Players were required to carry such items by themselves. The carriages NPCs sold or rented out could only support a few players. Even a bronze carriage could only carry 5 people at a time. And while a bronze carriage could carry plenty of items in its bag space, it could only carry a maximum of 10 items that couldn't be stored in a bag space. Most importantly, these carriages could only travel on official trade routes, which greatly limited their uses. Transport carriages, however, were different. As player-crafted items, they did not have many road restrictions. The basic transport carriage could already hold up to 10 players. In addition, its bag space was larger than NPC bronze carriages, and it could carry up to 30 non-bag items. It was also faster. Normally, non-bag items were very valuable, regardless of whether the items were for an NPC or to sell to other players elsewhere. Delivering such goods was the easiest way to make a profit. Merchant players would even fight over basic transport carriages if they were available on the market, much less advanced transport carriages. The advanced transport carriage could carry up to 20 people. Needless to say, its bag space was leaps and bounds larger than the bronze carriage. It could also carry up to 60 non-bag items. As for its speed, it could compete with mysterious iron mounts. If the candlelight trading firm could use advanced transport carriages, even if they didn't sell products and focused on logistics, they could make a fortune. Hence, how could Melancholic Smile contain her excitement? You've seen the design for yourselves. I hope that you start producing them quickly. As for the key material, I'll try to think of a way to obtain what you need. For now, start producing whichever parts you can, Shifeng instructed, chuckling at everyone's dumbfounded expressions. While the advanced transport carriage was amazing, its required materials were extremely rare. The candlelight trading firm might be able to procure most of the required materials, but the main material, green ebony, was extremely difficult to acquire. Even Shifeng could only think of a few places that produced this wood. Moreover, these locations were all very high-level maps. Even the lowest leveled location was a level 60 map called Crying Ghost Ridge. Unfortunately, it was a neutral map, a forbidden land for current players. Only Tier 2 players would dare to grind there. However, for the advanced transport carriages, Shifeng intended to make the trip. If he had transport carriages, he could open trade routes from Stone Forest Town to other NPC towns sooner than he had planned. Following which, Shifeng had the advanced lifestyle players research the advanced transport carriages components, while he instructed Melancholic Smile to stay behind. After the others left, Shifeng looked to Melancholic Smile and asked, "What's the situation with the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms?" Before the war, both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms had waged a crazy price war with the Candlelight, hoping to push Candlelight out of Starmoon Kingdom's market while they whittled down Zero Wing's financial strength. Now that Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had suffered such a massive defeat, the two guilds would take some sort of action. This was especially true since Zero Wing urgently needed money. As you've guessed, they have reduced their prices again. They've dropped their light stones prices in particular. Right now, they're selling each light stone for only 30 copper. They aren't even trying to cover their production cost now, Melancholic Smile slowly reported. For current players, light stones were a must-have item. They were also the Candlelight trading firm's most competitive product. Now that the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms have lowered their prices to 30 copper, one could see how much the two trading firms hated Candlelight. At 30 copper, Blackwater and Heavenly couldn't even cover their production costs. Candlelight trading firm, however, could still make a profit due to their many advanced forgers. In addition, due to the special forging rooms, powerful flames, and other support tools, Candlelight's production cost for light stones was only 20 copper. Since they want to play, let's humor them until the end. Sell the light stones for 25 copper each. We'll also start selling the exotic stamina potions. Shifeng did not feel anything in particular about this situation. He had long since prepared for the day when the light stones would no longer be profitable. After all, the light stones were a common product in God's domain. He was satisfied with the fortune he had already made off of them. Meanwhile, the exotic stamina potion he was about to launch was different. Candlelight had exclusive rights over the exotic stamina potion's recipe. Its price was also within ordinary players' budgets. This was definitely a must-have potion. Most importantly, this potion would become popular among gathering players. One of players' main sources of income in God's domain was gathering raw materials. However, players consumed far more stamina when gathering materials than in boss battles. Moreover, the rarer a material was, the more stamina players would consume. This resulted in frequent forced breaks and limited gathering times. Once they released the exotic stamina potion, Shifeng refused to believe that players, who preferred to gather materials rather than fight monsters, would pass this new product by. "I'll get it done right away." Melancholic Smile nodded excitedly. The Blackwater and Heavenly trading firm's actions had irritated her. Now that they were about to launch the exotic stamina potion, she wanted to see how those two trading firms planned to compete with Candlelight. Following which, Melancholic Smile reorganized the layout of the Candlelight trading firm's first-floor hall, setting up a counter specifically for the exotic stamina potion. The new counter immediately garnered the attention of many players. "Leader, look over there. Candlelight seems to have launched a new product. Let's head over and take a look." Immediately, a large crowd gathered around the first floor's new counter. "Crap. Isn't this potion a little too amazing? It can actually recover stamina." Chapter 1108, 10 people. Chapter 1108, 10 people. When the crowd read the exotic stamina potion's description, excitement shone in their eyes. As one of the major hidden attributes, stamina played a massive large role in players' everyday lives. However, it was very limited. "Leader, we hit the jackpot this time. This stamina potion is perfect for the Silent Swamp. With this potion, We won't have any problems reaching the swamp's core, a level 38 berserker exclaimed through his team chat. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's take a look at the price first. If it's too expensive, I'd rather stick to grinding in the swamp's outer region, a level 39 shield warrior replied. However, although his tone was indifferent, anticipation flashed in his eyes. Inwardly, he hoped that the exotic stamina potion was too expensive. The Silent Swamp was a level 40 to level 50 high resource map. However, as this map was a swamp, players consumed a lot of stamina while moving through it. Moreover, the deeper one ventured into the swamp, the more stamina they consumed. Hence, the various large guilds had avoided sending members there to level up. This provided an excellent opportunity for independent players like themselves to make money and level up quickly. Previously, on their team's first trip to the Silent Swamp, they discovered that the map was a land of treasures. They frequently came across rare minerals and herbs. Although there were a lot of monsters there, if one were careful, they could walk away with a significant harvest. Unfortunately, during this period, more players headed to the Silent Swamp, causing their income from the swamp's outer area to plummet, yet they couldn't venture into the inner and core regions as their stamina consumption would be too severe. If they encountered monsters with nearly depleted stamina, they would undoubtedly suffer a team wipe. However, if they took too many breaks, they wouldn't get far, and their harvest would be quite small. If they could use this exotic stamina potion, they could reach the swamp's core and its abundant resources. At that time, their daily income would skyrocket. Their team would also be able to gather enough money to equip everyone with mounts. By then, they would earn the other adventurer team's envy. As this level 39 shield warrior was occupied with his thoughts, the other independent players surrounding the counter calculated their own potential gains and losses. Quickly look. The presale price is out. Did Candlelight list the wrong price? There must be a mistake. How can the exotic stamina potion be this cheap? The players in the hall cried out in shock when they saw the presale price. The mana mixture the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms sold only had a duration of 2 hours. The exotic stamina potion, on the other hand, lasted 10 hours. Moreover, unlike the mana mixture, which only increased the user's maximum mana by 10%, the exotic stamina potion increased the user's maximum stamina by 10% and increased stamina recovery rate by 80%. One exotic stamina potion was roughly the equivalent of 5 mana mixtures, yet it only cost 10 silver coins per bottle. It was much cheaper than the mana mixture. How could they believe this? However, even after some time, the NPC manning the counter did not change the price. This situation drove everyone crazy as they panted and stared at the exotic stamina potion sales timer. There were 30 minutes until the exotic stamina potion went on sale. However, none of these players showed any indication of stepping away from the counter. They lined up and waited for the potion's sale. They also contacted their party and team members in secret to gather more money. As players continued to notify others about the exotic stamina potion, news of the potion quickly spread like wildfire. Immediately, it caused a commotion in White River City. To gathering players and players who spent a long time in the fields adventuring, the exotic stamina potion was a godsend. The exotic stamina potion? I never expected Candlelight to sell something like this. With this, we won't have any problems in the ancient ruins in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Send someone to buy the potions immediately. Buy as many as you can. The various guild elite teams preparing to head to the Twin Towers Kingdom promptly made their way to the Candlelight trading firm after receiving the news. The relatively calm Candlelight trading firm instantly boomed with business. Meanwhile, sitting in the Candlelight trading firm's second-floor lounge, Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix were shocked over this situation. Big Sis Rain, Zero Wing is amazing. Despite all the effort we've put into gathering information, we have yet to find any items capable of stamina recovery, yet Zero Wing is about to put one up for sale. Moreover, it's so cheap. With this, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial must be growling in frustration, Blue Phoenix said, giggling as she watched the players line up in the first-floor hall. One could purchase an exotic stamina potion that lasted for 10 hours for just 10 silver coins. That was the equivalent of paying 1 silver per hour. Even ordinary players could afford this. Ordinary players earned a limited income. Aside from spending their money on necessary items, if ordinary players wished to level up quickly or gather more herbs and minerals, they could buy the exotic stamina potion. However, if these players bought the exotic stamina potion, they wouldn't have any money to spend elsewhere for a while. With this, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's price reductions to attract more customers were now useless. Nodding in agreement, Phoenix Rain said, Zero Wing has indeed grown a lot stronger. It's a pity that we don't have much time left. Otherwise, they could help me win the battle on Thunder Island. She had 2 matters to discuss with Zero Wing this time. The first regarded the Dark Arena. The Azura battle team's next match had been decided, and it would be held tomorrow afternoon. Once the match was over, the Dark Arena would host a large-scale auction. Based on what she had heard so far, all sorts of precious and valuable items would be up for sale. The second matter regarded Thunder Island. Currently, the competition over Thunder Island grew more intense with each passing day. More guilds were starting to reach for Thunder Island. In fact, Nine Dragons' Emperor had even employed his family's influence for this matter. Although she, too, had used her family's influence, she still faced many difficulties regarding the island. Hence, she planned to borrow some of Zero Wing's members to assist her. As Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix conversed, Shifeng entered the lounge. What a powerful mental oppression. Blue Phoenix was shocked when Shifeng joined them. She had always been curious about the strength of Zero Wing's guild leader. Now that she was meeting the man in person, it would seem that the rumors about him were true. The powerful mental oppression she felt from Shifeng made her feel somewhat strangled. Rather than a player, Shifeng felt like a humanoid monster. Phoenix Rain, however, was not particularly surprised. She had watched the video of Shifeng's battle in Stone Forest Town. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bothered with a personal trip to the Candlelight trading firm. May I know why the Phoenix Pavilion Master suddenly requests my attention? Have they announced the competition's official date? Shifeng asked after taking his seat, smiling at Phoenix Rain. Although the Azura battle team's opponents had been decided some time ago, the competition's date had been a mystery. This competition in the Dark Arena was incredibly important to him. As more major corporations took part in the Dark Arena, the bets on each match would increase. At this point, it shouldn't be difficult for a winning team to walk away with 20 or 30,000 gold. To Zero Wing, which urgently needed funds, the Dark Arena was an invaluable source of income. You're half correct. The competition will take place at 10 p.m. tomorrow in the Flame Dragon Empire's imperial capital, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. I'm also here to borrow 10 players from Zero Wing. Chapter 1109, Holy Land at Sea. Chapter 1109, Holy Land at Sea. Borrow some of our players? Shifeng gave Phoenix Rain. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. The pavilion recruited a large number of members each year, and they had tons of guild-nurtured experts. Yet, that same Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had sought him out to borrow manpower. This was inconceivable. That's right. I wish to borrow 10 people to help me with a task. Once the task is complete, I will pay you 5,000 magic crystals. If the task fails, I will pay 1,000 crystals. Of course, I will offer additional compensation should any deaths occur during my loan, Phoenix Rain said, smiling as she nodded. May I know what guild leader Black Flame thinks of this? Normally, when hiring experts to help with a quest, payment was in the form of either credits or coins. An ordinary expert would only cost several gold to hire, while even apex experts only cost around 100 gold. Meanwhile, she had offered magic crystals as payment. Magic crystals were far more valuable than coins. It was a hard currency. The various large guilds already treated magic crystals as a strategic resource. They might be able to purchase 10 or 20 magic crystals from independent adventurer teams or small workshops, but when the numbers climbed into the triple digits, it was practically impossible to find enough on the market. 5,000 magic crystals was a considerable sum for any large guild. Some large guilds didn't even have so many magic crystals in their warehouses. Now, by loaning 10 of its experts, Zero Wing could potentially earn 5,000 magic crystals. This was definitely a tempting offer. Phoenix Pavilion Master, can you reveal the details of the task? Shifeng was indeed tempted after listening to the offer. Aside from running a guild, his goal in establishing the Zero Wing workshop was to accept commissions. However, requests like Phoenix Reigns were rare. That's fine. The task is very simple. I just need Zero Wing's members to defend an ancient tower on Thunder Island, preventing anyone else from capturing it. As Thunder Island is a very special place, only a very limited number of players can be there at a time. When the time comes, our enemies won't be able to dispatch much manpower. It would be a miracle if they could send 20 or 30 players. As long as Zero Wing's members defend their assigned tower until the pavilion's main force captures a monster encampment, the task will be a success, Phoenix Reign explained after giving the matter some thought. News of Thunder Island had long since been spread among God's domain superpowers. It was no big secret. Currently, to secure a larger share of Thunder Island, the various superpowers were recruiting helpers from all over the place. Some had even hired extremely powerful independent players. This was all due to the unique conditions to capture Thunder Island. It was not an issue that could be resolved with a large army. Rather than quantity, one needed quality. Hence, she was asking for Zero Wing's help. Zero Wing had performed magnificently in the Dark Arena. Its members definitely qualified to take part in the battle on Thunder Island. In addition, she had found plenty of Apex experts elsewhere. Although she might not occupy Thunder Island exclusively, she should have no problems taking control of a small portion. When the initial skirmish was over, her next step would be to fight the other super guilds slowly. Thunder Island? Information about Thunder Island immediately surfaced in Shifeng's mind. Thunder Island was in an extremely dangerous sea zone. That zone was known as the Sea of Death. One could find plenty of treasures and fortuitous encounters in the Sea of Death. There were even numerous ancient ruins in the zone. The abundant resources in the sea zone surpassed imagination. Thus, many maritime adventurer teams often explored the Sea of Death. Meanwhile, the only location in the Sea of Death that players could reside in was Thunder Island. As for the other islands in the sea zone, players couldn't survive on them for long periods. Once the night sky covered the Sea of Death, a large number of underwater monsters appeared. There were simply too many of these monsters for players to contend with. Thunder Island was only an exception because the island received thunder and lightning all year round. Even after night arrived, sea monsters couldn't reach the island. Thunder Island became a safe haven of sorts in the Sea of Death. As a result, bloodbaths had been a constant on Thunder Island in the past. The various superpowers in God's domain all wanted Thunder Island for themselves. However, it was not that easy to occupy Thunder Island. In the past, not one of these superpowers had controlled the entire island. In the end, various superpowers jointly operated the Holy Land at sea. Shifeng had visited the island many times in the past. Unfortunately, as his guild had been too weak, they had never qualified to establish a small base in this Holy Land. He had been forced to travel to Thunder Island by boat each time he visited. Shifeng had not expected the war over Thunder Island to begin so soon in this life. This task won't last very long. It'll be over in a day or so, Phoenix Reign added after Shifeng had remained silent. Capturing Thunder Island was different from ordinary towns, where things would end once the target town was captured. In order to gain authority over the town on Thunder Island, one needed to capture monster encampments. The more encampments one captured, the more authority one could utilize. If one captured all of the monster encampments on Thunder Island, they would obtain the highest authority on the island. Meanwhile, this authority contest occurred once a month, with each contest lasting 8 hours. Moreover, during the day of the contest, Thunder Island would be enveloped in an ancient magic array. If one wished to set foot on the island during that time, they needed an entry pass. Without the entry pass, players would be automatically transported off of Thunder Island. Each entry pass allowed up to 10 people to enter the island and could be obtained by killing bosses in the Sea of Death. The Sea of Death was already an extremely dangerous sea zone. It was home to plenty of sea monsters, and these monsters were much stronger than the monsters found on land. The chances of a team wipe were even highly likely when sailing through the Sea of Death, not to mention when hunting bosses in the zone. Currently, the various superpowers were doing their best to find and kill bosses. They had suffered immense losses as a result. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was no exception. Thus, the entry passes were exceedingly precious. These superpowers could not invite ordinary experts to take part in the contest. They would take as many apex experts to the island as they could. Only by doing so could they utilize the entry passes to their fullest potential. After pondering the situation for some time, Shifeng looked at Phoenix Rain and asked, "May I know how many entry passes Phoenix Pavilion Master has right now?" Hearing Shifeng's question, both Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix were stunned. The various superpowers were keeping a tight lid on the entry passes. They had never imagined that Zero Wing would know about this as well. However, when Phoenix Rain thought back to her encounter with Yuan Tianxin, she understood. Although the secret pavilion was not one of the superpowers contesting over Thunder Island, the latter possessed a powerful information network. It was not all that surprising that Shifeng knew about the entry passes. Your information network cannot be underestimated. I won't hide it from you. I currently have slightly over 20 passes. In other words, I can bring over 200 people to compete for prominence on the island, Phoenix Rain said, smiling. Are you interested in a piece of this pie as well? Although she would not underestimate Zero Wing, those involved were God's domain superpowers. They were on an entirely different level compared to Zero Wing. With how few experts Zero Wing employed, the guild would not survive long on Thunder Island. Chapter 1110, Contesting over Monster Encampments. Chapter 1110, Contesting over Monster Encampments. Shifeng shook his head when he heard Phoenix Rain's question. Contrary to Phoenix Rain's assumption, he was not particularly interested in Thunder Island. Phoenix Rain found Shifeng's response reasonable. If Shifeng truly understood the situation on Thunder Island, then he knew how fierce the upcoming contest would be. There were already 3 super guilds participating in the contest, not to mention super first-rate guilds. Moreover, the upcoming fights wouldn't be minor. These guilds were dispatching all of their top players. Every one of these existences wanted authority over Thunder Island. This way, they could temporarily establish a guild transfer point and set up a foundation to explore the Sea of Death. After all, the Sea of Death was quite far from the main continent. Even if players traveled from the nearest coastal town on a speedboat, they would have to sail for over a day to reach the Sea of Death. On their way to Thunder Island, players would also have to venture through a dangerous sea zone. One also needed a sufficiently powerful naval fleet to participate in the contest. Sea monsters were more powerful than land monsters, not to mention boss-ranked sea monsters. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had to sacrifice a large number of elites and experts to kill one such boss. They could easily lose up to 30 ships during one of these raids. Even first-rate guilds could not afford such a loss, yet even after so many sacrifices, they would only obtain 1 or 2 entry passes. To Zero Wing, which didn't have a naval foundation, it would likely lose far more than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion if it tried to join this contest. Give me 20 slots. I can help you defend 2 ancient towers. My price is 20,000 magic crystals and 1 temporary transfer point. If we fail, I won't charge a single coin. I also won't require any compensation for deaths, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. It was very difficult to occupy the monster encampments on Thunder Island. The monsters in these encampments depended on the players on the island. These monsters were generally chieftain rank and above. Before players reached Tier 2, the bosses defending these encampments would be fixed as Grand Lords. Including the risk of ambushes by other guilds, the difficulty of capturing an encampment was obvious at a glance. Most importantly, the monsters in these encampments had extremely high defense and magic resistance. It was not possible to raid these encampments normally. One needed the ancient towers buffs to lower the difficulty. Meanwhile, the more ancient towers one occupied, the easier it would become to deal with these monsters. However, Thunder Island had a limited number of ancient towers. The various large guilds would definitely dispatch their men to take these towers over, although they would only send a small number of players to do so. After all, the monster encampments were the most important targets. To secure an ancient tower, one would generally dispatch 15 to 20 players, and these guilds usually attempted to occupy 3 or 4 towers. Once they did, with their expert strength, they could take down a monster encampment with roughly 100 players. His offer to defend 2 ancient towers would undoubtedly relieve some of the burden on Phoenix Rain. She would have an additional 10 players to help her occupy a monster encampment. You'll secure 2 ancient towers? Phoenix Rain fell into deep thought. To solidify their hold on the ancient towers, she had previously decided to dispatch 20 players to each tower. Her plan was to send 60 players to capture 3 ancient towers. The other 100+ players she had would be more than enough to capture an encampment. This was her most conservative plan. Ideally, she wanted to capture 2 encampments. However, this was simply too difficult. If what Shifeng said was true and he could maintain 2 ancient towers with just 20 players, she could save an additional 20 players for herself. If she put more efforts into expanding her fleet, she might even obtain 2 or 3 more entry passes before the day of the contest. By then, she would have a chance of obtaining 2 monster encampments. Only, Shifeng's transfer point condition was somewhat difficult to agree to. For each monster encampment one captured on Thunder Island, they would earn 2 temporary guild transfer points in the town. She had already promised 1 transfer point to another large guild that had agreed to assist her. If not for said large guild, she would not have obtained so many entry passes in the first place. If she accepted Shifeng's offer, she had to secure 2 monster encampments. However, there were too many uncertainties. Moreover, Phoenix Rain found it hard to believe that Zero Wing had so many powerful experts capable of defending 2 ancient towers with just a team of 20. Is there some issue? Shifeng could not help but ask as he watched Phoenix Rain ponder his offer. Guild leader Black Flame, to tell you the truth, each captured monster encampment only provides 2 temporary guild transfer points. Among them, I have already promised 1 to the Firmament Guild. Although Firmament is only a first-rate guild, the guild has been developing its maritime strength. Currently, its navy is even stronger than many super first-rate guilds. If not for them, I wouldn't have obtained so many entry passes. To begin with, Phoenix Rain explained. Firmament? Shifeng recalled the guild from his past. The Firmament Guild was indeed an overlord at sea. Firmament had occupied 2 coastal NPC cities, which had populations in the millions, very early in the game. These 2 cities served as the foundation for the guild to develop its maritime strength. In addition, Firmament had focused on developing its navy. Although overall, it was significantly weaker than super first-rate guilds, battles at sea did not rely on guild experts. The quantity and quality of the guild's ships also played a major role. In the past, even some super guilds had not been a match for Firmament's combat power at sea. It was no wonder why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had managed to obtain so many entry passes, despite having recently begun its naval development. When will Thunder Island's contest begin? Shifeng asked. The contest will begin in 7 days. However, traveling to the island takes a full day, so we only have 6 days to prepare, Phoenix Rain replied as she gave Shifeng a quizzical look. She didn't understand why Shifeng had asked such a question. 7 days should be enough, Shifeng said, laughing. Phoenix Pavilion Master, how about I make you another offer? Give me 60 slots. As long as your side can hold 3 ancient towers, my side will capture a monster encampment for you. In return, I want 100,000 magic crystals or lands of equivalent value in addition to 1 temporary transfer point. What do you think? When Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix heard Shifeng's new proposal, they stared at him in shock. They both believed that Shifeng was insane. While 100,000 magic crystals was not a problem for them, they simply did not understand where Shifeng found his confidence to make such a bold claim. Based on her estimation, under the assumption that they could capture 3 ancient towers as planned, capturing a monster encampment required at least 100 apex experts. Although the guild seemed full of experts to ordinary players, in the eyes of superpowers, Zero Wing only had around 10 truly capable experts. How was Shifeng going to fill the 50 remaining slots? Even if he could dispatch another 50 capable experts, it was impossible to capture a monster encampment with just 60 players. Phoenix Pavilion Master, you originally planned to capture only 1 encampment, right? You should know that the likelihood of capturing a second is quite low. Even if you allow Zero Wing to fight for the second encampment, I'm sure you won't suffer much loss. If you are still not sure, I can sign an agreement. If Zero Wing fails to secure the second encampment, we will pay 100,000 magic crystals. How about it? Chapter 11:11, Improving Strength. Chapter 11:11, Improving Strength. Shifeng's words stunned Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix. 100,000 magic crystals was not a small amount. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not casually play with such a large amount. They never thought that Shifeng would be so confident of capturing a monster encampment. However, even after watching Shifeng for a long moment, neither of them saw any signs of anxiety. Shifeng had remained extremely calm the entire time. After giving the matter some thought, Phoenix Rain said, "Since guild leader Black Flame is so confident, I will agree to your conditions." Big Sis Rain? Blue Phoenix could not help but turn to Phoenix Rain in shock. Setting aside Zero Wing's confidence in capturing a monster encampment, losing 60 slots would be a major problem for the Phoenix Pavilion. They only had 21 entry passes. After deducting Zero Wing's 60 players and the 60 players required to defend the ancient towers, they only had 90 remaining slots. Even if they were lucky and obtained another 3 passes in the next few days, attempting to capture a monster encampment with only 120 experts was risky. In the off chance that Zero Wing failed and their side was targeted by other guilds, it was possible that they might end up with nothing at all. If they followed their original plan, however, they could gain at least 1 monster encampment. Don't worry. I understand the risks. Phoenix Rain did not bother to explain herself to Blue Phoenix. She signed an agreement with Shifeng. As long as Zero Wing captured a monster encampment and secured it until the end of the contest, Phoenix Rain would pay 100,000 magic crystals and 1 temporary guild transfer point on Thunder Island. After both sides signed the contract, Phoenix Rain left the lounge with Blue Phoenix. As they climbed into the advanced carriage, Blue Phoenix couldn't hold it in any longer. Big Sis Rain, isn't this move a little too risky? 9 Dragons Emperor's group is capable of taking at least 1 monster encampment down. If we end up with nothing, we won't have leverage against 9 Dragons Emperor. Phoenix Rain was clearly able to reach a draw with 9 Dragons Emperor, yet she had intentionally chosen a more dangerous path. This was completely different from how Phoenix Rain normally operated. Blue, what you're saying is correct. If we follow according to the original plan, we could end in a draw, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. However, even if Black Flame hadn't suggested such a risky endeavor, when the time came, I would have split our forces to capture 2 monster encampments. I wonder if Black Flame suggested such a crazy plan because he predicted my intentions. In any case, I won't lose anything by agreeing to his proposal. On the contrary, Zero Wing will share the price of failure with us, but that price is more severe for them. Moreover, I am also very curious as to why Black Flame is so confident of taking down a monster encampment with just 60 Zero Wing members. Phoenix Rain's words rendered Blue Phoenix speechless. Phoenix Rain had made such a risky decision simply to sate her curiosity. How was she any different from Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame? In the quiet second-floor lounge in the candlelight trading firm. Shortly after Phoenix Rain left, two unparalleled beauties entered the room, confusion and helplessness filling their eyes as they gazed at Shifeng. Guild leader, this is a battle between God's domain superpowers. Their strength is on an entirely different level. Aren't we taking too large of a risk for 100,000 magic crystals? Aqua Rose asked, her head aching. Before encountering the secret pavilion simulation training system, she had assumed that there was only a small difference between first-rate guilds and super guilds. However, after training in the system for some time, she finally realized that super guilds were in an entirely different world. Of the secret pavilion's trainees currently in the simulation training system, a large number were already in the refinement realm. One could just imagine how many refinement realm experts the secret pavilion had, much less other super guilds. In comparison, excluding Shifeng, Zero Wing only had 3 people in the refinement realm: Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Gentle Snow. While this might be a powerful force in first-rate guilds, this was a paltry amount in the eyes of super guilds. Of course, aside from combat standards, other factors also affected battles with other players such as combat experience, weapons, equipment, skills, and various tools. Why would super guilds' apex experts lack any of these? In the end, the battles would come down to combat standards. Gentle Snow nodded in agreement with Aqua Rose's views. Initially, she had been astonished. She had never imagined that not only did Zero Wing possess a close relationship with the secret pavilion, but even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's pavilion master had traveled so far to seek the guild's aid. Superpowers upper echelons like these even looked down on the guild leaders of first-rate guilds. Although only a single rank separated the two guilds, interactions between them were unheard of. Someone of Phoenix Rain's rank making a personal visit to anything less than a super first-rate guild was practically a dream. Don't we have 7 days? Shifeng shrugged nonchalantly. I just so happen to be free for the moment. I'll help you all train for a bit. Train? Really? Guild leader, you must keep your word, all right. Gentle Snow was confused. Aqua Rose, who stood beside her, however, rejoiced when she heard this. Every time Shifeng took them out to grind monsters, not only would their levels rise rapidly, but if they were lucky, they would also get to upgrade their already excellent weapons and equipment. The guild's core members always hoped that Shifeng would lead them. However, we can't have too many people this time. It is very dangerous where we are going. We'll take a team of 20 at most. I understand. Upon hearing Shifeng's instructions, Aqua Rose immediately began to contact the other members. Since Shifeng's goal was to help improve the guild's top combatants, she only contacted the top-ranking players within the guild. Among them were the 10 Azura battle team members and the top players from Gentle Snow's team as well as Alluring Summer. Once they formed the 20-man team, Shifeng led the team to White River City's teleportation hall, teleporting to the closest town to Ghost Forest Town near the Crying Ghost Ridge. Crying Ghost Ridge was a neutral map between the Black Dragon Empire and Star Moon Kingdom. Although Ghost Forest Town was a border town, it was void of players. The nearby maps were all level 60 and above. The monsters here were simply too high-leveled for current players. If one did not wield weapons or equipment that had the ignore level attribute, grinding here was impossible. Furthermore, monsters past level 50 underwent a qualitative transformation. Even level 50 common monsters were significantly stronger than level 45 elite monsters, much less level 60 monsters. It also took nearly 14 hours to reach the Crying Ghost Ridge from Ghost Forest Town on foot. Players simply had no reason to visit the town. However, when Shifeng's team arrived in the town's teleportation hall, they discovered another team of players. Moreover, every player within this team was very high-leveled. They were all level 40 and above. Their weapons and equipment were also off the charts. Most frighteningly, these people were all independent players. The instant Shifeng's group appeared, these players all shifted their gaze toward Shifeng and his team. Their cold killing intent could be felt from over 100 yards away. Chapter 11-12, Midnight Tea Party. Chapter 11-12, Midnight Tea Party. Why would anyone else come here? A robust guardian knight carrying a round white shield on his back frowned when Shifeng's group appeared in the teleportation array. Leader, could they be here for the Fallen Ark as well? A female cleric asked worriedly. A beautiful woman wearing luxurious purple robes looked towards Shifeng's group of cloaked players and said nonchalantly, "They shouldn't be. We rushed over here as soon as we received the message. Moreover, without the key, going there is useless. If they have any ill intentions, we can simply wipe them out." I guess you're right. If they wish to take action, we can use the opportunity to test our new weapons and equipment, another member said, laughing. Shifeng was also surprised when he noticed the team a short distance away, chatting merrily. He hadn't expected to find other players here at this stage of the game. Guild leader, those players are really strong. Fire Dance commented when she saw the independent players, a hint of caution flashing in her eyes. Although the other party only had 20 players, from their movements and auras, Fire Dance could tell that these people's combat standards were very high. These players were no weaker than the Apex experts she had previously encountered. And this team had 20 such experts. Normally, only super guilds were capable of forming such a team, yet these players were all independent. With such strength, why have I never heard these people's names before? Gentle Snow was similarly shocked. She had previously been a first-rate guild's guild leader. Naturally, her information network was vast. She had also memorized most of the Apex experts in God's domain. However, she had never seen such a powerful independent adventurer team. The most laughable part was that she didn't recognize a single player on that team. From what I can remember, the only adventurer team with this level of strength has to be Owl, the team that joined us in Titan City. When Aqua Rose saw this 20-man team, she could not help but recall Owl. In her opinion, Owl was one of the most powerful adventurer teams in God's domain. She had never imagined that she would encounter another team of such caliber. Guild leader, should we make their acquaintance? Independent teams were different from guilds. They might be able to recruit this adventurer team to Zero Wing. Even if they failed to do so, it wouldn't hurt to know such a powerful adventurer team. In the event that they needed more manpower in the future, they could request these independent players' help. After all, Apex experts were extremely rare in God's domain. Gentle Snow nodded in agreement. If they could recruit these players to Zero Wing, it would undoubtedly push the guild to a whole new level. They would also have more confidence in the contest on Thunder Island. Forget it. We have more important matters to deal with right now. We'll get acquainted with them if there is a chance in the future, Shifeng said, shaking his head. While this adventurer team might be foreign to Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, Shifeng could not be more familiar with them. This adventurer team was the famous Midnight Tea Party. The team maintained a member count of 20 players. In terms of combat power, even super guilds feared them. However, as the Midnight Tea Party did not bother to claim territory of their own and refused to operate under anyone, the various super guilds had tried to recruit the team in the past. Unfortunately, no one ever succeeded. However, what surprised Shifeng was that he found a familiar face among the group. Endless Scars. Shifeng had never imagined that the once mythical existence would be a member of the Midnight Tea Party during God's domain's early stages. If the public had learned of this in the past, everyone would have been shocked. Although members that left the Midnight Tea Party had gone on to their own great achievements in the past, none of them had ever been as successful as Endless Scars. Ranking as the #1 player on the God's Domain experts list meant that Endless Scars had stood at the peak of God's domain. Yet, when Shifeng thought about how Endless Scars' status as one of the Blackwater Corporation's representatives, his head started to ache. The Blackwater Corporation's background was extraordinary. If Endless Scars joined Blackwater and became one of its leaders, he did not dare to imagine what kind of future awaited the guild. However, Shifeng had never heard of Endless Scars joining Blackwater in the past. She had gone solo throughout her entire career in God's domain. Following which, Shifeng led his team into an NPC shop to stock up on food and beverages. He also had everyone check their inventory for potions and magic scrolls, and he handed these items out to anyone who needed them. After everyone rested, they rode their mounts to the neutral map Crying Ghost Ridge. The journey that typically required 14 hours only took Shifeng and the others 4. Moreover, the group didn't encounter a single monster attack on their way, surprising them all. There were level 60+ monsters all over the place, and they were only level 40+ players. The massive level difference would allow monsters to detect them easily, yet none of the monsters attacked them during their journey. What these players did not know was that Shifeng knew this terrain like the back of his hand. He knew which paths were safe and which were not. In reality, the 14-hour journey included the time players wasted in fights against the local monsters. If one did not have to fight, they could reach the Crying Ghost Ridge in 10 hours if they ran straight there. Stop for a minute. Before us lay the neutral map, Crying Ghost Ridge. As the team was about to enter the mountain path before them, Shifeng halted his team. He then took a Tier 1 group invisibility scroll from his bag and said, "We'll complete the remaining journey on foot. Remember to follow me closely. The monsters here aren't like any you have encountered before. Even the level 60 common monsters here could reach the Trial Tower's 3rd floor. They have the combat standards to reach the Trial Tower's 3rd floor? Are they even monsters?" Blackie could not help his astonishment. When recruiting ordinary members, most large guilds only required players to reach the Trial Tower's 2nd floor. Though, Zero Wing standards were slightly higher, with ordinary members needing to reach the 3rd floor, while elite members needed to reach the 4th floor. In other words, any random monster in the Crying Ghost Ridge was as strong as Zero Wing's elite members. However, monsters had much higher attributes than players. If both sides had the same combat standards, monsters could easily kill players. Everyone's relaxed expressions immediately vanished, and they began to move cautiously. At the same time, they were very curious about why Shifeng had led them to such a dangerous location. Following which, Shifeng activated the group invisibility scroll. As long as they did not attack or receive any attacks, they would remain invisible. The group invisibility scroll's only drawback was that it would reduce the affected player's movement speed to 80% and its duration was only 10 minutes. Shortly after Shifeng's team entered the Crying Ghost Ridge, another group of players arrived before the ridge on their horses. "There are too many monsters on the way here. We really are lucky that leader has the Beastmaster's breath as a deterrent. If that other team came this way, they would be stuck fighting those level 60 monsters for hours. By the time they got here, we'd already have the fallen Arkansas." The Midnight Tea Party's members could not help but laugh. They had only braved the journey here because their team leader had the Beastmaster's breath. Otherwise, they would have waited until they reached level 50. Huh. Something's not right. Look at those hoof prints. When one of the rangers used his investigation skill, he discovered hoof prints around the mountain path's entrance. He was shocked. The prints look quite fresh, and there are a lot of them. What? Could it be the team we saw in town? Impossible. Chapter 1113, Foreign Races. Chapter 1113, Foreign Races. When the Midnight Tea Party's members noticed the hoof prints, their expressions grew tense. The Crying Ghost Ridge was a level 60 to level 75 map. To current players, this place was a forbidden land. If not for their interest in the fallen Ark inside the ridge, they would not have bothered coming here at all. Even if they were trying to avoid contact with large guilds, they would only level and quest in level 55 or so maps. Why wouldn't they be surprised to find hoof prints from other mounted players? Breeze Wine, the Midnight Tea Party's leader, turned to T.A. Delicate, pretty assassin in white clothes and ordered, "Wave, scout ahead and see how many people they have and how far ahead they are. The assassin class was not only skilled in the art of assassination. These players were also talented trackers. If an assassin's tracking skill were a high enough level, they could even determine general information of the other party through their footprints. For example, the white-clothed assassin had leveled her tracking to Tier 1, Level 9. At this stage of the game, an assassin with the skill at Tier 1, Level 2 was already impressive. After all, it was not a commonly used skill. Leave it to me. The pretty assassin called Netherworld Wave nodded. She then jumped off her massive avian mount and checked the hoof prints. As for the rest of the team, they also dismounted and sat to rest. Although they had ridden their mounts the whole way here, several hours of riding was a burden on their stamina. By sitting to rest, they could recover some of the lost stamina. There are 20 sets of prints. It should be a team of level 40 and above players. The prints are less than half an hour old. However, the team's trail disappears after reaching the path's entrance, Netherworld Wave reported. Even after searching for other clues, she could not find a reason for the sudden disappearance. Normally, only invisibility-type skills such as stealth produced such effects. However, why would a group of 20 assassins venture to the Crying Ghost Ridge? Although we don't know why these players are here, we should be careful. As a neutral map, there are plenty of foreign races in Crying Ghost Ridge. If the natives discover us, kill them immediately. If we can't kill them, run. Do not engage in a drawn-out battle. Breeze Wine instructed. Low-ranking mounts cannot hide their tracks. And my Beastmaster's breath is only effective against low-intelligence monsters. It won't be nearly as effective against the races here. From this point on, we'll advance on foot. Following which, the Midnight Tea Party stealthily entered the Crying Ghost Ridge. However, as the team traveled down the narrow mountain path leading into the Crying Ghost Ridge, they discovered a bewildering scene. The area, which had originally been covered with gravel, now looked like the surface of the moon. Craters and corpses of various races littered the ground. There were at least 300 dead scattered in the rubble. It looked like some Great War's forlorn battlefield. What happened here? The female cleric Cloud Yarn's jaw dropped, shock filling her gaze as she stared at 3 ogre corpses that were over 10 meters tall, their bodies bisected. Surrounding these 3 were hundreds of 3 and 5 meter tall ogres. Ogre Gladiator, High Lord. Level 62. HP 0/19, 200, 000. Ogre Warrior, Special Elite. Level 60. HP 0/1, 900, 000. Ogre Shaman, Chieftain. Level 61. HP 0/3, 500, 000. Leader, these ogres seem to have been here to ambush players. However, from the looks of it, the players who passed by earlier must have killed them, Netherworld Wave said as she handed some simple traps she had picked up to Breeze Wine. In God's domain, players weren't the only ones capable of setting traps. Monsters could do so as well. As for foreign races that had higher intelligence than monsters, setting traps was common. Though, there were differences between the traps the various races set. For example, simple-minded races like ogres were only capable of setting very primitive traps. Perceptive players could easily avoid them. Just who are those players? Breeze Wine could not help his joy when he saw the ogre corpses. Among the hundreds of ogres, there were 3 level 62 ogre gladiators and over 30 ogre shamans, which were healers. Even their adventurer team would suffer casualties if they fought such a powerful force. However, he could not find a single trace of a player's resurrection on the battlefield. Thank goodness we arrived after those people. Otherwise, we would have had a hard battle, Cloud Yarn said, sighing in relief. Leader, I found the team's tracks. It seems like they're heading towards the Fallen Ark as well, Dark War, a ranger wielding a short bow, said as he pointed towards the dead forest ahead of them. This is interesting. Endless Scars smiled faintly as she examined the sword marks on the ogre gladiators. Leader, let's move out. If we waste too much time here, the monsters might respawn. Alright, let's go, Breeze Wind said as he gestured with a hand. The team then followed the tracks. Meanwhile, deep in the Crying Ghost Ridge's dead forest, Shifeng and the others faced off against an army of trolls. Wave after wave assaulted the team. Meanwhile, the troll shaman standing in the rear continuously healed the troll warriors and chieftain fighting on the front lines. Troll Warrior, Elite. Level 61. HP 650,000/650,000. Troll Chieftain, Great Lord. Level 63. HP 42,000,000/42,000,000. Troll Shaman, Chieftain. Level 62. HP 3,100,000/3,100,000. Guild Leader, if they continue calling for reinforcements, we won't be able to hold them back. Kola, who held back the Troll Chieftain, shouted. The pressure was intense as he fought the Great Lord. He was only level 43. With a 20-level gap, even though he had an epic shield and the support skills of the demonic Flame Tiger, he felt as if his life were on a roller coaster. Every one of the Troll Chieftain's normal attacks dealt over -19,000 damage, while a skill would deal over -26,000. Meanwhile, he only had slightly over 35,000 HP. If not for the Cleric's Truth Shield and Oracle's protection on him, the Great Lord's skills would have killed him instantly. Wait a little longer. Turtledove and Wumian, try to lure as many troll warriors away from the chieftain as possible, Shifeng unhurriedly instructed. Guild Leader, there are too many trolls here. If any more join the fray, I'm afraid that we won't be able to deal with them. Gentle Snow felt her chest tighten as she watched more troll warriors join the battle. They could deal with their foes if the monsters were simply level 40+ elites. However, these were level 60+ elite monsters. Furthermore, aside from the abundant EXP, killing these monsters wasn't particularly profitable. The elite and chieftain rank trolls they had already killed had only dropped silver coins and some materials. They hadn't even dropped a piece of mysterious iron equipment. Almost. Just hold on for a little while longer. Shifeng did not bother to explain. God's Domain's neutral maps were home to various foreign races. Unlike humans, foreign races were very talented. Some were good with magic, some possessed unmeasured strength, some had acute 5 senses, and some were natural-born warriors. To put it simply, foreign races were much stronger than humans. During ancient times, humans had consistently ranked at the very bottom among the races in God's domain. Humans did not have an edge in combat. However, humans' intelligence was unmatched. The human race had only achieved the prosperity it enjoyed today by accumulating and passing on their knowledge from one generation to the next. Although humans were still no match for archaic species, they had become the race on the continent of God's domain and occupied most of the continent's territories. There were 2 foreign races in Ghost Crying Ridge, ogres and trolls. While ogres wielded boundless strength, they lacked the intelligence to produce weapons that could maximize that strength. Trolls, on the other hand, were very smart. Normally, they would gather wood and stone to forge weapons for battle. Green ebony was among the wood these trolls harvested. Hence, when killing these trolls, there was a chance that green ebony would drop. Of course, players could also search the Crying Ghost Ridge for harvestable green ebony. However, the process was troublesome. Moreover, to Shifeng and the others, Crying Ghost Ridge was still too dangerous to explore casually. There were many places that they couldn't reach yet. Thus, Shifeng settled on killing trolls for the wood. In fact, he was specifically waiting for the troll chieftain to call for reinforcements so that he would have more troll warriors to kill. Troll warriors were only elite monsters. Their chances of dropping a rare material like green ebony were quite low. At the very least, they needed to kill chieftain-ranked trolls for a decent chance of obtaining green ebony. Guild Leader, more trolls have arrived. Minor Wind reported, his expression twisting. Among the newcomers were 3 Lord-ranked trolls. Chapter 1114, Advanced Technique. _ As soon as Minor Wind finished his report, the team heard crashing from the nearby forest as one tree after another fell to the ground. Suddenly, 3 3-meter-tall figures jumped into the clearing. These 3 figures were black-skinned trolls clad in broken armor, each wielding a silver spear. Their blood-red eyes radiated an intense bloodlust. Roar! The instant the 3 black trolls noticed Shifeng's group, they bellowed in rage. One of them even swung their spear at a nearby tree, felling the massive tree with a single attack. Even Shifeng couldn't underestimate their incredible strength. Petrified Troll, Lord. Level 62. HP 8, 200 000/8, 200 000. Everyone on the team felt an immense pressure from the petrified trolls. If the trolls were merely level 40 lords, they could hold the monsters back. However, a level 62 lord was many times more powerful than a level 40. On their team, only their MTs could withstand an assault from one of these monsters. No one else could endure their attacks, much less pin them down. These level 62 lords possessed combat standards at the Trial Tower's 4th floor. These petrified trolls' attributes also dwarfed theirs. The same held true for speed. In addition, Lord-ranked monsters were generally resistant to control skills. If they could neither outrun nor control these monsters, just how were they supposed to fight against the petrified trolls? Shifeng's expression was just as serious as the rest of his team. What rotten luck. It's even capable of summoning petrified trolls. The troll chieftain surprised Shifeng. Unlike ordinary trolls, petrified trolls had petrification runes carved all over their bodies, which made their skin harder than even steel. They were also monstrously strong. They were famous for being difficult enemies. In the past, players that encountered these petrified trolls generally turned and fled. The 3 petrified trolls didn't give Shifeng's team much time to react. Without hesitation, they pounced on Kola, who currently held back the troll chieftain. Why are they always targeting me? Glancing at the approaching petrified trolls, Kola activated his Tier 1 protection blessing Last Stand, reducing all incoming damage by 50%, weakening any impact he received, and increasing his maximum HP by 40%. Instantly, his maximum HP rose to 49,530. Pung! 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 3 silver spears struck Kola's dragon scale shield, one after another. Minus 6,717. Minus 6,809. Minus 6,784. Following which, the troll chieftain brandished its massive red greatsword and slashed at Kola. Tier 3 skill, Storm Rage. Quickly adjusting his footwork, Kola lifted his shield just in time to block the attack coming from his side. Meanwhile, the distant violet cloud quickly cast a truth shield on the guardian knight. Boom! When the troll chieftain's greatsword crashed into the dragonscale shield, dazzling sparks flew as a loud boom resounded through the dead forest. Everyone felt the shockwave from the impact. As for Kola, numerous deep cuts ripped apart the ground around him. The truth shield on Kola shattered as the guardian knight was thrown, only stopping when he crashed into a large tree. The wood splintered upon impact. Minus 19,678. What a powerful move. Everyone gasped at the power of the troll chieftain's attack. If not for Kola activating protection blessing and Last Stand beforehand, he would have died instantly. After witnessing this assault, the team finally understood that these trolls were far from ordinary. The trolls could actually coordinate their attacks. It was also obvious that the troll chieftain had already planned this, saving its ultimate move to deal a final blow. Unfortunately for the trolls, Kola was Zero Wings number 1 MT. He wore a Tier 1 set equipment and wielded the epic ranked Dragonscale shield. In addition, he had 3 advanced mana armor kits equipped. After activating his life-saving skills, he was not that easy to instant kill. However, after receiving the 4 trolls combination attack, Kola had less than 10,000 HP remaining. Shifeng took a Tier 2 magic scroll from his bag, unfurling it and reading the incantation within. Immediately, the dark blue magic scroll began to activate. 18 ice spears appeared around Shifeng. He then controlled the frozen spears to attack the troll chieftain and the 3 petrified trolls. Tier 2 spell, Ice Wheel. Every one of the 18 ice spears was powerful. If they all hit their mark, even a great lord would suffer severe wounds. Go! However, Shifeng did not simply use the 18 spears to attack the trolls. Instead, he executed Sword's Orbit with the spears. The 18 spears formed a beautiful star of ice and struck at the 4 trolls. Boom! 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 The instant the spears met the trolls, a series of crashes echoed throughout the clearing. The trolls cried in agony. Guild leader, you're too good to me. You used a Tier 3 magic scroll to save me. Kola released a sigh of relief when he saw the 4 trolls being pushed back. The team's 4 healers hadn't recovered half of his HP yet. If he received another round of attacks, he would have no choice but to activate his final life-saving skill. Now that the 4 trolls had been forced back, he had room to breathe. Who are these people? A 20-man team is actually grinding monsters here. This is insane. That attack should have been from a Tier 3 magic scroll, right? That is simply extravagant. While Shifeng's team fought the trolls, the Midnight Tea Party watched the battle from above the distant forest. They were curious as they observed Shifeng's team of 20 cloaked players in battle. No, that should have been an elementalist's Tier 2 spell, Ice Will, Endless Scars said, shaking her head. She glanced at the petrified trolls, which had been forced back by over 20 yards, and the troll chieftain, which had taken 6 steps back, and said, however, the magic scroll's user is very powerful. He managed to incorporate the spell with some kind of special technique, allowing the Tier 2 Ice Wheel to display the might of a Tier 3 spell. That's not possible, right? We're talking about a magic scroll. It is already extremely difficult to incorporate skills with combat techniques, not to mention enhancing a skill's power to such a degree. The assassin, Netherworld Wave, could not bring himself to believe Endless Scars. However, the latter was an elementalist and far more familiar with magic-type skills than himself. Moreover, in terms of combat techniques, Endless Scars was unmatched in their adventurer team. That person did incorporate a combat technique into Ice Wheel. However, his technique is so advanced that even I can't discern any clues on how he achieved it, Breeze Wine, the team's leader, said, confirming Endless Scars' claim. Among the experts I've encountered, that player can rank in the top 3. What? Is he even human? Cloud Yarn could not help but blink as she stared at the distant Shifeng. This was the first time she had heard their team leader praise someone to such a degree. At this moment, the ranger, Dark War, who had been paying attention to the battle, recaptured his teammates' attention. Look! That player is about to make a move. The Midnight Tea Party's players immediately returned their gazes to Shifeng. Fire, coordinate with snow and lure one of the petrified trolls away. Leave the remaining 2 to me, Shifeng commanded. Chapter 11:15, Violent Team. Chapter 11:15, Violent Team. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, Fire Dance and Gentle Snow exploded into action. Fire Dance immediately used shadow steps to appear behind one of the petrified trolls, which was over 20 yards away. With a 360-degree spin, she thrust 1,000 transformations through the petrified troll's armor, penetrating the lord's back. Backstab. A damage of -9,216 appeared above the petrified troll's head, and it screamed in agony. The troll spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Although the petrified troll tried to retaliate, Fire Dance quickly followed up with a light slash at its back, the sharp 1,000 transformations easily cutting through the petrified troll's body like a hot knife through butter. Not only did Fire Dance's bisect inflict a 30-second bleeding debuff, but the lord was also paralyzed, unable to fight for a short time. Following which, Fire Dance executed Absolute Strike, transforming into a streak of black light that lanced through the petrified troll. The instant she reformed on the other side of the troll, she thrust 1,000 transformations at the Lord's heart. 5-star Eviscerate. Immediately, the impact sent the petrified troll falling backward, 2 damages over -10,000 appearing above the Lord's head. The petrified troll had no defense against Fire Dance's assault whatsoever. The team was momentarily stunned by this scene. That was a level 62 Lord. Yet, Fire Dance had rendered it helpless. Moreover, she dealt such awe-inspiring damages to the Lord. Initially, the team had assumed that Shifeng was pushing his luck when he had only sent Fire Dance and Gentle Snow to deal with the petrified troll. Now, however, it would seem that Fire Dance alone was more than enough for the job. Roar. As the heavily injured petrified troll got to its feet, it bellowed with rage. It swept its silver spear horizontally, covering a range of 10 yards. The powerful strength of its attack ripped apart the air, causing an explosion of force. In response, Gentle Snow executed Charge and appeared before the petrified troll, protecting Fire Dance. Although the petrified troll was immune to her charge's fainted effect, the skill increased her attack speed and movement speed. She followed up by meeting the troll's spear with a cross slash. Boom! As an explosion shook the air, Gentle Snow was forced to take 3 steps back, a damage of over -2,000 appearing above her head, but she had driven back the petrified troll's spear. She blocked it? Everyone was stunned. She blocked it? No matter how I look at it, that monster's strength should be as high as a High Lord's of the same level, yet a single berserker blocked its attack and received so little damage in return. One of the Midnight Tea Party's muscular berserkers stared at Gentle Snow in shock. He was one of the top berserkers in the Midnight Tea Party, and even he did not think he could endure the petrified troll's attack as easily as Gentle Snow had. He even wore the complete Violent Will set, a level 45 dark gold set equipment for berserkers. What's so surprising? Rather, look at how powerful that assassin is. Although her attacks seemed ordinary, she achieved a 90% or higher completion rate with every skill she used. Her Bisect and Eviscerate's completion rates should be nearly 95%, Netherworld Wave said. Although Gentle Snow's ability to withstand the petrified troll's attack had surprised him as well, as an assassin, he understood exactly how powerful Fire Dance was. Big Sis Endless, who do you think these people are? They're all as strong as monsters, the female cleric Cloud Yarn asked Endless Scars curiously. Among their team members, Endless Scars had the most powerful information network. They're all wearing black cloaks. With their information hidden, even I have no way of determining their identities. However, there are not many experts at this level in God's domain. Although I know of a few, none of their actions or behavior match these people, Endless Scars said, shaking her head. However, what the members of the Midnight Tea Party did not know was that while level 62 lords might be difficult to deal with for other experts, Fire Dance and Gentle Snow were not among them. After all, one of them wielded the fragmented legendary ranked 1,000 transformations, while the other wore the fragmented legendary ranked 7 luminaries battle armor. With these godly items, how could they not be capable of injuring a level 62 lord? As the Midnight Tea Party conversed quietly, Shifeng launched his own assault. He activated Dragon's Authority, inflicting the fear debuff on all enemies within a 50-yard radius and reducing their attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 40% for 1 minute. Although the skill couldn't reduce the petrified troll's movement speed, it could slightly reduce their attack power and attack speed. Moreover, the skill affected all nearby trolls, making it much easier for his other team members to fight these monsters. Shifeng then activated the Aura of Wind, increasing his movement speed and attack speed significantly. He executed Wind Blade and appeared before the 2 petrified trolls before executing Sword's Orbit, blue starlight wrapping around his body. As the starlight bloomed, not only did he force the 2 petrified trolls back, but a bloody gash also appeared across their bodies as a frightening damage appeared above both of their heads. -13,489. -27,544. Shifeng didn't receive any damage. Angry Tyrant's effects sure are frightening. As expected from excellent epic equipment. Shifeng was quite satisfied as he looked at the delicate bracers around his wrists. Dark red runes faintly shone on the bracers. The Angry Tyrant's strength bonus was above average even among epic items. When its passive skill, Angry Blow, took effect, it pushed his combat power to a whole new level. If not for these epic bracers, he would not have decided to confront the two lords directly, opting for a safer approach instead. Although the petrified trolls possessed high defense and strength, they were slower than ordinary lords of the same level. Even a tier 2, level 50 assassin could easily outmaneuver a petrified troll, not to mention Shifeng, an expert with 5 epic items and a fragmented legendary item. Infuriated, the two petrified trolls howled. A blood-red haze then appeared around their spears. This move was none other than the petrified troll's tier 2 skill, Blood Sacrificial Spear. It was a weapon-enhancing skill that doubled their weapon's attack power for 10 seconds and increased their attack speed by 30%. As numerous streaks of red light stabbed at Shifeng, the latter activated Flame Burst. The Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray both released blinding lights, illuminating the gloomy forest. Sword's Orbit. Boom. 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 A series of clangs rang out. Pained screams followed. The 3-meter-tall petrified trolls transformed into 2 massive fireballs as the attack sent them flying. They crashed through numerous trees before they finally fell to the ground. Everyone involuntarily shivered when they saw the two monsters' bodies. Meanwhile, the two lords' HP bars shrank by a small chunk. Minus 134,858. Minus 135,047. The two horrific damages stupefied everyone on the team. If not for Fire Dance and Gentle Snow still struggling with the other petrified troll, they would have doubted that the two monsters on the ground were actually petrified trolls. Prioritize killing the other petrified troll. Blackie, Aqua, Summer, prepare your large-scale destruction spells. Shifeng commanded immediately after throwing his two opponents. Now that no more trolls had joined the battle, they no longer needed to hold back. After clearing out the elite-ranked trolls, they could deal with the petrified trolls more quickly. Blackie and the others nodded and began chanting their spells incantations. Time flew by. When the three of them finished chanting, gather the monsters around the troll chieftain. Blackie, use Guardian of Light on Cola. Under Shifeng's command, the team gathered around the troll chieftain. Cola activated Dragon Scale Body, increasing his defense by 200%, HP by 300%, and recovery by 500% for 30 seconds. With Guardian of Light's effects, it was practically impossible for the trolls to kill him. Seal. When Shifeng saw that most of the monsters had been hurted, he activated Skywheel Sword and limited the monsters' movement. Attack. Immediately, 3 large-scale destruction spells descended on the trolls. As for Shifeng, he switched the Aura of Wind for the Aura of Fire and activated Firestorm. Thunder and fire bombarded the monsters. By the time the spells ended, all elite-ranked trolls were dead. Even the chieftain-ranked troll shamans had less than half their HPs remaining. Chapter 11:16, Quadruple Jackpot. Underscore. There had been over 500 elite-ranked trolls on the battlefield. When they all died, a golden glow enveloped everyone on the team as they all leveled up. What astonishing leveling speed! Gentle Snow was flabbergasted as she watched her experience bar rise. When she had left White River City, she was only at 74% of level 41. To bridge the gap and reach level 42, she needed to grind for at least another full day or so, yet she had risen to level 42 shortly after entering the Crying Ghost Ridge. With this leveling speed, it was definitely possible to reach level 43 by the next day. After players reached level 40, it was practically impossible to level up once a day. No one would believe this. However, although the team had killed plenty of troll warriors, the loot was pitiful, to say the least. Aside from some copper and silver coins, the 500 or so elite monsters only dropped some raw materials. Only 5 weapons and pieces of equipment dropped. Among them, 4 were level 60 common items, while the last was a piece of level 60 bronze equipment. However, Shifeng was not surprised. After reaching level 50, the drop rate for weapons and equipment decreased drastically. Only chieftain or above-ranked monsters had a slightly higher chance of dropping such items. This drop rate reduction occurred because players could begin challenging their Tier 2 class promotions after reaching level 50. After obtaining their Tier 2 class, killing elite monsters was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Tier 2 experts could solo chieftains and even give lords a run for their money. Generally, 2 or 3 Tier 2 experts working together could easily take down a lord of the same level. Naturally, the system wouldn't give players high-level weapons and equipment so easily. Hence, past level 50, 6-man party dungeons, even in normal mode, usually had lords as the final boss. Moreover, these bosses had extremely powerful AoE skills. One mistake could easily lead to a party wipe. The same held true for Tier 2 experts. Adventurer teams and workshops that wanted to make money by selling weapons and equipment generally needed to deal with chieftains of the same level. If they wished to grind for mysterious iron equipment, at the very least, they had to deal with lord-ranked monsters. This resulted in the rise in popularity for lifestyle classes capable of producing weapons and equipment. Of course, the system also restricted such lifestyle classes by significantly increasing the production costs of weapons and equipment that were level 50 and above. As a result, even bronze weapons and equipment required many rare materials. This greatly limited the number of weapons and equipment lifestyle players could produce and protected the market from oversaturation. This team is simply ridiculous. They have 4 people capable of using large-scale destruction spells in a 20-man team. Even our adventure team only has 2 people with such spells. Is that swordsman an NPC? He can actually overwhelm 2 level 62 lords. Shifeng's performance had astonished the Midnight Tea Party's members. However, they weren't shocked because Shifeng had fought 2 level 60+ lords by himself. After all, they were capable of that themselves. What truly shocked them was the overwhelming strength Shifeng had displayed. The swordsman had managed to suppress the petrified trolls through brute force. Turtledove, help tank the petrified troll on Fire's side. Wumian, lure one away from me. Everyone else, prioritize killing the troll shamans. Shifeng ordered after sweeping a glance over the troll shamans, who had less than half their HPs remaining. Kola, start running. Lure the troll chieftain as far away from here as possible. Don't give the shamans any chance to heal the chieftain. Understood. Kola immediately dashed in the opposite direction of the troll shamans. Seeing this, the troll chieftain chased after the escaping guardian knight. When the troll chieftain moved, the troll shamans had no choice but to follow their leader. However, they couldn't cast their heals while moving. As a result, the troll shamans couldn't heal the troll chieftain. Meanwhile, the other members on Shifeng's team begun to bombard the troll shamans. After a few moments, the troll shamans collapsed, one after another, becoming EXP for Shifeng's team. Without the shamans' heals, the petrified trolls became a lot easier to deal with. Don't kill the petrified trolls. Leave them at 5% HP. Shifeng warned his teammates when he noticed Turtledove's petrified troll only had 10% of its HP remaining. The petrified trolls were lords. Although the chances of them dropping green ebony were high, simply killing them would be a waste. After all, he had Icarus's heart on him. If he killed the lords, the chances of them dropping green ebony would be a lot higher. Although no one understood what Shifeng intended to do, they followed his commands. When Turtledove's petrified troll had 5% HP remaining, the team halted their attacks and shifted their focus to Yi Wumian's troll. Under the violent bombardment, it only took 5 minutes for all 3 petrified trolls to reach 5% of their total HP. Guild leader, can we kill them now? Aqua Rose asked. While their team's firepower was indeed fierce, keeping all three petrified trolls alive placed an extremely heavy burden on their team's healers. Moreover, after such a long battle, their healers only had 30% of their mana remaining. On the other hand, the troll chieftain had most of its HP remaining. If they delayed the petrified trolls' deaths, their healers would not last. 30% mana remaining. We could give it a try. Shifeng calculated some factors as he glanced at the troll chieftain's HP and the healer's mana. He then said through the team chat, "Healers, use your intermediate mana recovery potions. Fire, take this petrified troll over for me. Remember, keep the petrified trolls at least 50 yards away from the troll chieftain. Everyone else, focus your fire on the chieftain." Saying so, Shifeng activated silent steps and appeared behind the troll chieftain. He then executed Thundering Flash. 5 blue lightning streaks devoured the Great Lord, causing damages of around -7,000 to appear above its head. In terms of defense, the troll chieftain was even stronger than the petrified trolls. However, after receiving the damage amplification debuff from Thundering Flash, the team's damage was slightly higher. Divine Providence had a 30-minute cooldown. Shifeng did not want to waste it. Although the troll chieftain was a great lord, it only had 42 million HP. It also had only 3 main damage skills. Among them, one was the tier 3 skill, Storm Rage. The second one was Death Curse. It was a spell that was guaranteed to kill one player if it landed. However, this spell could be dodged, and players would be fine so long as the spell missed them. The last was an AoE skill called Whirlwind of Death. When activated, this skill would decrease the attack speed and movement speed of all enemies within a 100 yards by 50%. Moreover, players would receive one death debuff every 10 seconds, each debuff increasing the damage they received by 10%. The troll chieftain would only activate this skill when its HP fell to 30%. Many teams had fallen under the troll chieftain's greatsword in the past due to Whirlwind of Death. To put it simply, once Whirlwind of Death activated, it would become a competition of damage against the troll chieftain. However, Shifeng was not worried. After all, their team's firepower was off the charts. As the battle with the troll chieftain continued, Cola's HP continuously increased and decreased. Every time the troll chieftain used Storm Rage, Shifeng landed a full-powered blow to one of the Great Lord's joints, disrupting Storm Rage's trajectory slightly. This small deviation provided Cola with enough space to dodge the attack, preventing his HP from dropping to a critical level and increasing the burden on the healers. As for the troll chieftain's death curse, Shifeng warned his teammates to avoid the Great Lord's front when he noticed the boss activating the spell. As the troll chieftain channeled death curse through its eyes, one simply needed to avoid standing before the Great Lord and wait out the spell's 5-second duration. Ordinary players might find it difficult to avoid this spell, but these players were experts. As long as Shifeng notified them in time, they could dodge the spell with little to no trouble. When the troll chieftain only had 30% HP remaining, it roared with fury. "Despicable humans, know our wrath," the troll chieftain shouted. It then spun its greatsword at the sky. A black storm instantly formed, covering the battlefield and enveloping Zero Wings players. Finally, Shifeng had long since grown impatient. He activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragons Slash. Don't hold back. Throw everything you've got at it. With the addition of Shifeng's doppelganger and the 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, the team's damage output instantly soared. The other team members similarly activated their sure kill skills. The troll chieftain's HP rapidly decreased. It lost over 200,000 HP every second. In the end, when it only had 1% HP remaining, Shifeng activated Divine Providence and Thunder God's Descent. Both he and his doppelganger then activated Flame Burst and went on to attack the troll chieftain before assaulting the 3 petrified trolls. As the 4 trolls died, 4 golden balls of light lifted from their corpses and flew into the air. Following which, the golden balls burst and transformed into streams of light that rained on the battlefield. Everyone was rendered speechless. These players had seen something like this before. This scene occurred when they triggered a jackpot. The Midnight Tea Party's members were also dumbfounded. Quadruple jackpots. This was utterly ridiculous. Chapter 11:17, Godly Skill. Chapter 11:17, Godly Skill. After the troll chieftain and 3 petrified trolls died, a golden glow once again encased several players on the team. Killing lords and great lords of a higher level definitely yielded far more EXP than killing elite monsters of a higher level. Among those who leveled up, Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud finally reached level 45, while Cola, Turtledove, Yiwumian, Minor Wind, and Shadow Sword rose to level 44. In the Black Dragon Empire, they could all rank within the top 10 on the Empire's ranking list. Currently, the Empire's number 1 player was only level 42, and still quite a distance away from level 43. However, the team was more concerned with the loot before them. This was the first time any of them had seen 4 bosses simultaneously drop jackpots. There were too many items on the ground for them to keep count. This is insane. There should be at least 100 items here. Blackie gaped at the items on the ground. Previously, despite killing so many elite monsters, they had only obtained a few decent items. However, practically every item among the 4 bosses' drops looked decent or better. Guild leader, your luck is simply amazing. In the future, you must join us during the large-scale team dungeon raids. We'll probably get more during a single trip with you than 5 or 6 trips by ourselves. Aqua Rose could not help but look at Shurfong, her eyes shining. It was fairly obvious that, by the look on her face, she wanted to drag Shurfong into a dungeon raid every day. The rest of the team expressed their agreement. With that kind of ridiculous luck, it would be a waste not to have Shurfong raid dungeons. Alright, tidy up the loot first. We'll have plenty of opportunities to raid large-scale team dungeons afterward. Shurfong could not help but chuckle and shake his head in response to everyone's expectant gazes. He had no choice but to offer an empty promise. For now, he had no intentions of revealing Icarus's heart. After all, this godly tool was simply too important to a guild. The necklace could even upgrade a lifestyle player to master rank. Following which, everyone began to collect the loot. They had an extraordinarily abundant harvest this time. The 4 bosses had dropped a total of 115 items, with 96 raw materials. Among the raw materials, 22 were green ebony, which surprised Shurfong. Generally, Lord-ranked trolls only dropped 1 green ebony when killed, or 2 logs if one were lucky. As for great lords, they usually dropped 3 logs. Crafting a single advanced transport carriage only required 15 logs. If they obtained another 8 logs, they could produce a second transport carriage. If they had 2 advanced transport carriages, he would have the foundation to start new trade routes to Stone Forest Town. Although the 2 carriages couldn't carry a lot of players, they could increase Stone Forest Town's popularity among NPCs. He could also earn quite a sum in transportation fees. After organizing the materials, Shurfong began to appraise the remaining items. In God's domain, after reaching level 50, players would have to appraise the items monsters dropped if they wanted to know exactly what they had obtained. This added yet another expenditure for many players. Because of this, many players in the past had pursued the appraiser lifestyle class. This way, they could save money on appraisal fees. Of course, players who picked up the appraiser class for this reason could only appraise low-rank items such as bronze or mysterious iron rank. For secret silver rank, one needed to become an intermediate appraiser. However, becoming an intermediate appraiser was extremely difficult. One generally needed a guild support to do so. Without the full support of a large guild, it was practically impossible to become an advanced appraiser. To become an intermediate appraiser, one needed to appraise 20,000 mysterious iron items. As items of mysterious iron rank were not extremely rare, some workshops or adventurer teams could afford to nurture one. Unfortunately, they had no hope of nurturing an advanced appraiser. This was due to the basic requirement of appraising 50,000 fine gold items. Even top-tier workshops and adventurer teams could not obtain so many fine gold items above level 50. Only large guilds had any chance of achieving this. Meanwhile, nurturing advanced appraisers was a benefit to a guild. In the past, guilds had normally only charged their members a quarter of NPC's appraisal fees, while non-guild members paid 3/4 of NPC prices. By doing so, guilds could make a fortune. NPC price for appraising a dark gold item was around 10 gold. For excellent dark gold items, the price was even higher. Even if guilds charged a lower appraisal fee, with how many players there were in a guild, it would not be unusual to appraise several thousand items. Including the appraisal fees from non-guild players, a guild could easily make 200 or 300 gold a day. In the past, small guilds with only thousands of members dreamed of this kind of pure profit. Although Zero Wing still did not have any advanced appraisers, Shifeng possessed the omniscient eyes. Not only was the skill a very advanced identification skill, but it also served as an advanced appraisal skill. After a short moment, Shifeng finished appraising the remaining 19 items. What? Basic soul return actually dropped. Shifeng shouted in surprise after appraising the ordinary-looking skill book. Basic soul return? Doesn't that skill allow one to resurrect other players while in battle? Gentle Snow asked in shock. What? Guild leader, did it really drop? Aqua Rose looked at Shifeng excitedly, afraid that Shifeng was joking. Resurrection during combat would be a godly skill in dungeons. In dungeons, it wasn't uncommon for bosses to instant kill MTs due to mistakes. When such situations occurred, the entire team would die with the MT. However, if a team had basic soul return, they could resurrect the MT and continue the raid. This skill would undoubtedly reduce the unnecessary team wipes in dungeons. Take a look yourself, Shifeng said, nodding. He then shared the skill's information in the team chat. Basic soul return. Resurrects one player while in combat. Player resurrected will only recover 30% HP and 20% mana. Their death penalty will be halved. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Class restriction, Cleric, Druid, and Oracle. After everyone read the skill's introduction, excitement illuminated their expressions. What a godly skill. Previously, these players had only heard of skills that could resurrect players during battle. Now, not only was one such skill before them, but it could also reduce the death penalty. It was very common for players to die and lose a level when fighting a field boss. If they could reduce their death penalty by half and only lose 50% EXP, they could save plenty of time. What a pity. It would be great if the death penalty reduction were slightly higher, Cola said. Whether it was raiding dungeons or killing field bosses, MTs were the most susceptible to death. Following which, Shifeng shared the information for the remaining loot. The items were mostly level 60 weapons and equipment, with the best being secret silver rank. However, none of them could compare to basic soul return skill. Guild leader, should we search for another troll encampment? Minor Wind asked. Even after observing their surroundings for some time, he did not notice any signs of incoming monsters. It was likely that they had cleared out all of the nearby trolls. If they wanted to kill more, they would have to grind elsewhere. No. First, we need to greet our friends hiding in the distance, Shifeng said, shaking his head. He then turned to the dead forest on his left, shouting, "You've been watching for quite some time now. Why don't you come out and meet us?" Chapter 11-18, Reuniting with the Tea Party. Chapter 11-18, Reuniting with the Tea Party. Due to the quiet of the surrounding forest, the Midnight Tea Party's members heard Shifeng loud and clear. "Leader, we've been discovered. What should we do?" Cloud Yarn asked somewhat anxiously. It wasn't unusual to encounter other players in the fields. However, this situation was somewhat different. This was because they bore the suspicion of banditry. Shifeng's team had just finished killing multiple bosses. Although they had already obtained the loot, the items would remain ownerless for the next 2 hours. As long as they were killed, the loot was guaranteed to drop. Cloud Yarn did not doubt that Shifeng's team would be merciless to anyone who attempted to rob them. It wouldn't have been a major issue if Shifeng's team were only comprised of ordinary experts. However, based on the miraculous feats she had witnessed, Shifeng's team was most likely just as strong as theirs. If it really came down to a fight, the outcome wouldn't be pretty. Guild leader, could that guy be trying to trick us into revealing ourselves? We're so far away. How could he possibly discover us? Moreover, we're using isolation scrolls right now. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't be able to discover us even with detection. How could a swordsman like him detect us? The ranger, Dark War, said. Among the many classes in God's domain, the ranger had the strongest perception abilities, with both active and passive skills. Rangers were usually a team's eyes. Although the swordsman class was also an agility-type class, it was not even a match for assassins, much less rangers. The rest of the adventurer team agreed with Dark War's words. Not only were their teams separated by such a massive distance, but the player that had called them out wasn't even a ranger. Moreover, they were also under an isolation scroll's effects. Shifeng might have shouted to see whether or not there were nearby players waiting to ambush his team. I don't think so. He's looking directly at us. Moreover, this is the Crying Ghost Ridge. This area is too dangerous for ordinary players, Endless Scars said confidently as she watched Shifeng, who stared straight at them. Big sis Endless, what should we do? Should we just go over there? Cloud Yarn asked. What if those people misunderstand our intentions? Yarn, what are you afraid of? At most, we'll have to fight them. We'll see who regrets their actions in the end, Netherworld said, wearing an eager expression. As an independent adventurer, his favorite hobby was to push his limits. Watching Fire Dance's performance had excited his will to fight. Wave is right. We're the Midnight Tea Party. Since when have we feared other players? Also, they have just finished an intense battle. They must have exhausted most of their abilities. If it really came down to a fight, they would be the suffering team. The other team members shared similar thoughts. Alright, enough. Let's go over and introduce ourselves. As for a fight breaking out, I don't believe that it's likely. Those players aren't fools. They should have noticed our presence long ago. Since we didn't try to attack them during a crucial moment, they should realize that we carry no ill will, Breeze Wine, the team's leader, explained. He then approached Shifeng's team. Giving the matter some thought, the Midnight Tea Party's members saw the reason in their leader's words. They then followed Breeze Wine. Meanwhile, after Shifeng announced the other team's presence, the rest of Zero Wings members followed his gaze. However, none of them noticed the silhouette or presence of other players. Snow, do you think the guild leader is being overly sensitive? Zhao Yueru asked softly after failing to find anybody in the forest ahead. Overly sensitive? Gentle Snow considered the possibility. After all, they had just finished a difficult battle. Even the best failed sometimes. They were also in a dangerous neutral map. A mistake wouldn't be unusual. However, as such thoughts began to sweep through the team, a blurry figure appeared from the dark forest ahead. Shortly after, more figures appeared. Zhao Yueru's jaw dropped as she turned to Shifeng in astonishment. Not only was the other party so far away, but they had also used isolation scrolls, yet Shifeng still noticed them. Did he have the eyes of a hawk or something? However, the team did not know that Shifeng's agility attribute had long since broken past the threshold of Tier 1 players, 1,500 points, and reached the realm of Tier 2 players. As a result, he gained the passive skill, Basic Perception. The passive skill greatly enhanced his 5 senses. As a result, he could see and hear further and clearer. To Shifeng, an ordinary magic scroll like the Isolation Scroll was useless. He had noticed them when the midnight tea party had hidden among the trees. However, the team didn't have much time to spend in a daze. The new arrivals were none other than the powerful independent adventurer team they had encountered in Ghost Forest Town. If they were not careful, they would suffer. Hello. I am Breeze Wine, the leader of the adventurer team Midnight Tea Party. We have no ill intentions. We just happened to come across your team as we were passing by. Breeze Wine took the initiative to explain. I understand. If you guys had any hostile will, you would have taken action as we were about to kill the bosses, Shifeng calmly stated. Moreover, we've already met in Ghost Forest Town. Ghost Forest Town? Are you guys that masked team? Breeze Wine stared at Shifeng in shock. In God's domain, many adventurer teams wore black cloaks to hide their identities. Hence, he hadn't humored the thought that Shifeng and the others could be the team he had come across in Ghost Forest Town. After all, his team had the Beastmaster's breath, which had allowed them to reach Crying Ghost Ridge unhindered. Any other team would have been harassed by the level 60 monsters and wouldn't be a match for their adventurer team's speed, yet now. Not only had Shifeng's team reached the ridge ahead of them, but they had also killed 2 groups of foreign races. Breeze Wine could not begin to fathom how Shifeng and the others managed this. The other Midnight Tea Party members were similarly surprised. A serious curiosity filled Breeze Wine's expression as he looked at Shifeng and the other Zero Wing members. Are you guys also here for a quest? Shifeng asked without hesitation. Players generally kept quiet about their high-level quests. This was especially true for quests in neutral maps. On the off chance that one attracts unwanted attention, they could suffer significant losses. Hence, when encountering strangers in the fields, one usually avoided mentioning quests to avoid suspicion. In Shifeng's opinion, however, such wariness was unnecessary here. Only a fool would believe that players in a neutral map weren't pursuing some quest. Moreover, by taking the initiative to admit that they were also here for a quest, he could avoid appearing suspicious himself and hide the fact that they were here to grind green ebony. Upon hearing Shifeng's straightforward question, Breeze Wine could not help but laugh and admitted, "That's right, our adventurer team is here to complete a quest. Are you, perhaps, interested? If you help us complete the quest, we will give you 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment as a thank you gift." Leader? Dark War and the others turned to Breeze Wine in confusion. They had spent over half a month to obtain this quest, yet Breeze Wine had just invited a bunch of strangers to help them. Moreover, these strangers were experts whose strength could rival their own. This was simply too risky. Chapter 1119, Fallen Arkansas. Chapter 1119, Fallen Arkansas. Just as the Midnight Tea Party's members waited for their leader's answer, Breeze Wine's offer had also stunned Shifeng's team. The man had actually offered 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment right off the bat. At this stage of the game, even first-rate guilds' top-tier experts only wore level 40 dark gold equipment. Level 45 dark gold equipment was simply too difficult to obtain. Normally, one only encountered such items by killing field bosses or completing quests. After all, the various large guilds were still amassing equipment from level 40 large-scale team dungeons. They still did not have good enough equipment to raid level 45 large-scale team dungeons. If put up for auction, level 45 dark gold equipment could sell for at least 200 gold. If it were an excellent piece of dark gold equipment, selling for even 500 gold wouldn't be surprising. 3 pieces of dark gold equipment was easily worth 1,000 gold. Presented with such an offer, even large guilds would be willing to give everything they had to help. Thank you for the offer, Team Leader Breeze, but we have other matters that we need to attend to, so we cannot accept your offer. Shifeng rejected the offer without so much as a thought. Although 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment were quite valuable, it wasn't what Zero Wing needed the most right now. The green ebony they were after would affect Stone Forest Town's prosperity. The wood was arguably their top priority. Shifeng's outright rejection stunned the Midnight Tea Party. Even super guilds wouldn't casually reject a 1,000 gold offer, yet Shifeng hadn't hesitated in the least. Dark War and the others, who had been opposed to the idea of Shifeng's team joining them, were somewhat annoyed. Their Midnight Tea Party had never asked for help before, yet in their first attempt, their offer had been tossed aside like garbage. Why wouldn't they be frustrated? Meanwhile, Endless Scars, who stood to a side, looked at Shifeng. Smiling, she said, "Truthfully, we don't need much help with our quest. We simply hope that you will help us fend off any monsters while we activate a magic array. We won't take up much of your time. 1 hour should be more than enough. If you feel that 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment aren't enough, we can pay 4,000 magic crystals instead. What do you think? Big Sis Endless?" Cloud Yarn's pretty eyes widened as she stared at Endless Scars in astonishment. Their leader's invitation was understandable as the man wanted to befriend Shifeng's team. However, she had never imagined that Endless Scars would also make an offer. Moreover, Endless Scars was offering magic crystals. Magic crystal was the current mainstream currency among God's Domains experts because magic crystals allowed players to enter the Divine Colosseum's trial tower. There were many other uses for magic crystals as well. It was easy to trade magic crystals for coins, but the same was not true for the reverse. As for weapons and equipment, if an expert had no need for them, they didn't have much value to said expert. Hence, Apex experts were more willing to act for magic crystals than anything else. 1 hour for 4,000 magic crystals. Miss Endless, your proposal is impossible to refuse. Endless Scars' wealth momentarily stunned Shifeng. Not long ago, Phoenix Rain had offered to hire 10 of Zero Wings players for an entire day for 5,000 magic crystals. Even then, he was impressed by the woman's wealth. If it were up to him, he'd never pay such a high price. Only now did he understood that there was always someone better in this world. However, when he thought about how the Blackwater Corporation backed Endless Scars, spending 4,000 magic crystals wouldn't be much of an issue for her. Let's sign a contract right away, then. The smile on Endless Scars' face grew even more charming when she heard Shifeng's answer. Following which, Shifeng signed a contract with Breeze Wine. The system contract was assurance for both parties involved. Aside from players who were unwilling to spend 5 silver coins on the contract, players at this stage of the game generally signed one when working together. After signing the contract, Shifeng and his team followed Midnight Tea Party's members as they carefully proceeded down a gravel path through the dead forest. "Leader, Endless, what are you two thinking? The quest is dangerous enough already, yet you just invited a team that we know nothing about. What if they harbor some hostility once we complete the quest? Wouldn't we suffer a massive loss?" Dark War asked, displeased, as he eyed Shifeng and the others. This quest was extraordinary. It was the most difficult quest the Midnight Tea Party had ever undertaken. Although it was not a legendary quest, it could be considered a pseudo-legendary quest. It was very likely that they could acquire a fragmented legendary item during this quest. Not even super guilds had a fragmented legendary item. If Shifeng and his team discovered this, it would be a miracle if they did not outright betray them. The other Midnight Tea Party members supported Dark War's opinions. They could not understand why these two people, who were usually the most level-headed on their team, would make such an irrational decision about something so important. Ignoring the complaints, Endless Scars turned to Breeze Wine. Smiling, she asked, "Leader, do you want to say it? Or should I?" "Fine, I'll say it, then." Breeze Wine shook his head and laughed. "Although you know that our quest is incredibly difficult, you guys don't know exactly how difficult. Based on Endless and my estimates, our chances of success is less than 30%. Opening the entrance will be the most difficult part of our quest." Opening the entrance? The team was confused. That's right. Although we have the key to unlock the Fallen Ark, when we begin the process, it will alert the Ark's guards. Based on the information Endless and I uncovered, there should be 5 guards, one of which is a Grand Lord, while the remaining 4 are Great Lords. With our current manpower, it will be too difficult to maintain the magic array while dealing with 1 Grand Lord and 4 Great Lords. Originally, Endless and I had planned to use 2 of the Tier 3 summoning scrolls our team obtained. Now, however, plans have changed. With these experts' help, our chances of success will rise to 50%, Breezewine explained. Moreover, befriending these experts isn't necessarily a bad thing. We might even get to cooperate with them during high-difficulty quests in the future. Realization dawned when these players heard Breezewine's explanation. It was no wonder why Endless Scars had offered such an exorbitant price to Shifeng's team. As everyone conversed in hushed tones, Breezewine had led them to a large canyon dotted with green hills and blue water. The canyon looked as if some giant sword had split the large mountain in half. Each side of the canyon radiated a powerful pressure that scared the monsters in Crying Ghost Ridge away. Isn't this the Fallen Ark's location? Shock colored Shifeng's face when he saw the scene. Is the Midnight Tea Party's quest related to the Fallen Ark? In his previous life, the Fallen Ark had been extremely famous in God's domain. It was also the Crying Ghost Ridge's greatest secret. It was rumored that the Fallen Ark had been one of the ultimate weapons in the Great Ancient War. Even gods would perish under one of the Ark's attacks. However, the Ark had been destroyed during the war and had fallen in Crying Ghost Ridge. Because of the Ark's magic, the mana flow in the ridge was quite abnormal, making the area inhospitable for humans. Hence, various foreign races had occupied the Crying Ghost Ridge instead. Chapter 1120, Special Lifeform. Chapter 1120, Special Lifeform. As Shifeng recalled information on the Fallen Ark, Breezewine slowly approached the canyon's entrance and carefully took a 16-sided orange crystal from his bag. As soon as he revealed the orange crystal, an invisible aura pulsed from the item. Moreover, each pulse was stronger than the last. What is that? Why does my whole body suddenly feel like lead? Gentle Snow could not help but shift her gaze to the orange crystal. The more she looked at the crystal, the more she feared it. It was as if this crystal were purgatory itself. Even her soul shuddered with fear. Gentle Snow wasn't the only one shocked by Breezewine's crystal. Alluring Summer and the others were similarly afraid. Only the Midnight Tea Party's members, Shifeng, and several Zero-Wing Corps members remained unperturbed. Shifeng and the Corps members had experienced this pressure before. It was divine might. There was a qualitative difference between the life rating of gods and ordinary people. Gods had created this orange crystal, and naturally, their aura had tainted it. Ordinary people wouldn't be comfortable around this aura. Around this energy, ordinary humans would feel like they had been submerged in liquid metal. Not only would they find it extremely difficult to move, but their breathing would also become labored. As the orange crystal released one pulse after another, the canyon began to shake. A purple-gold, 5-fold magic array appeared in the sky. Sure enough, their quest is related to the Fallen Arkansas. Have they lost their minds? They dare risk opening it at this stage of the game. Shifeng's expression darkened as he watched Breezewine lift the orange crystal above his head while chanting an incantation. Hurriedly, he shouted, "Everyone, retreat!" Retreat? Zero-Wing's members looked to Shifeng in confusion. What are you guys doing? Dark War and the other Midnight Tea Party members asked, enraged when they heard Shifeng's command to his teammates. Their teams had already signed a contract with each other. Although there were no penalties for breaking the contract, no matter how they looked at it, Shifeng was breaking his promise. Moreover, now that they had exposed the contents of their quest, how could they possibly allow Shifeng and the others to leave? No time for explanations. Either run or die. Shifeng turned and fled. Shifeng hadn't expected that, while he assumed that the Midnight Tea Party's quest was related to it. Their goal was to activate the slumbering Fallen Arkansas. Activating the Fallen Ark had shaken God's domain in the past. When the Ark woke, it also roused the sleeping abyssal monsters within. Although these abyssal monsters had been gravely injured during the Great Ancient War, they were still immensely powerful. The old monsters that had woken inside the Ark were mythic rank. Moreover, as more time passed and these monsters recovered, they grew more powerful. These monsters' emergence had turned Crying Ghost Ridge into a forbidden land for players. In the past, to explore the fallen Ark secrets, a few super guilds had dispatched an army of over 100,000 players. This army only consisted of Tier 2 players, and the lowest level was level 60. Many Apex experts had marched with the army as well. Such a force was normally more than enough to deal with 5 or 6 mythic monsters, yet the army had been annihilated in the end. Not one player had made it out of the fallen Ark alive. To make matters worse, these players had boosted the old abyssal monster's strength. It was suicidal to activate the fallen Ark with just their 2 teams of Tier 1 players. Big Sis Endless, they're running away. What should we do? Do we stop them? Netherworld Wave hurriedly asked Endless Scars. No need. We're fleeing, too, Endless Scars said, shaking her head as she watched Shurfong. She ran. But our leader is still here. Cloud Yarn exclaimed anxiously as she shifted her gaze between Endless Scars and Breeze Wine. Once the unlocking process has begun, it cannot be stopped. The situation has changed. We have no choice but to sacrifice him, Endless Scars said without hesitation. However, this isn't a complete loss. At the very least, we can hide and watch what happens when the magic array activates from a distance. Although Endless Scars' words were casual, the Midnight Tea Party's members felt chills crawl down their backs. These players were all companions and had fought through many life-or-death battles together. Their team leader was one of them, yet Endless Scars spoke of sacrificing Breeze Wind as if she were talking about the weather. Unfortunately, as their team leader couldn't do anything, they had to listen to Endless Scars as she was the Midnight Tea Party's second in command. Shortly after the Midnight Tea Party members escaped from the magic array's range, 5 steel giants pulled themselves from the ground. Fallen Garrison Captain, Special Life Form, Grand Lord. Level 65. HP 120,000,000/120,000,000. Fallen Patrol, Special Life Form, Great Lord. Level 63. HP 57,000,000/57,000,000. Upon seeing these monsters, both Endless Scars and Shurfeng's teams gaped in shock. What are these monsters? Their HP is so high. The pressure from them is so strong, too. Aqua Rose felt her scalp tingle as she stared at these monsters. Despite standing several hundred yards away, she still felt an intense pressure radiating from the monsters. It would certainly affect the combat power they could exert in close combat. Based on her estimates, they'd be lucky to display 70% of their usual combat powers. If it came down to a fight, they would team wipe. The Midnight Tea Party also understood how powerful the Guardian monsters were. These monsters' life rating was definitely higher than theirs. The Fallen Garrison Captain, in particular, was at least 2 or 3 ratings higher than the Grand Lords they've previously faced. It could practically rival a mythic monster's strength. In front of these monsters, their preparations were rubbish. While the Midnight Tea Party members were frozen in shock, Endless Scars shifted her gaze towards Shurfong. Did he know these monsters would show up? Endless Scars came to her own conclusions as she recalled Shurfeng's decisive order to retreat. Although the Fallen Ark was a secret, based on the team's performance and Shurfeng's statement that they, too, were here for a quest, it was likely that the man knew something about the Fallen Arkansas. Otherwise, how could she explain Shurfeng's decision to flee the moment he saw them activate the magic array? What Endless Scars did not know was that Shurfeng wasn't worried about the steel giant's sudden appearance at all. Rather, he was afraid of the abyssal monsters inside the Fallen Ark itself. If those monsters were released, it would disrupt his plans to grind for green ebony. If that was their goal, he wouldn't help the Midnight Tea Party. As the steel giants appeared, the Fallen Garrison Captain instantly killed Breeze Wine as he maintained the magic array. When Breeze Wine died, the magic array began to dissipate gradually, as did the steel giants shortly after. Peace soon returned to the canyon. When the area returned to normal, Endless Scars stopped her team before the Midnight Tea Party members could give Shifeng a piece of their minds. She approached Shifeng's team herself. Chapter 1121, Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. _ As Endless Scars slowly walked up to Shifeng, she sized up the man carefully. Although she couldn't see Shifeng's appearance due to the black cloak, curiosity filled her eyes. Shifeng similarly observed Endless Scars, one of God's domain's legendary figures in the past. The woman had clear, bright eyes, curved eyebrows, and thick eyelashes. A hint of pink colored her pristine, white jade skin. Her thin, soft lips were as mesmerizing as a ruby. As she revealed a hint of a smile, she could captivate any player. Shifeng had to admit that even gentle Snow, who everyone called a goddess, fell short compared to Endless Scars. Guild leader, that beauty seems interested in you, Blackie said, snickering softly. Instead of responding, Shifeng rolled his eyes. Although others might strive for a beauty like Endless Scars' attention, Shifeng knew how costly it was. He knew all too well what kind of person Endless Scars was. Although she wore an interested expression, looking like a little girl who had just found a new toy, her thoughts were as pure as everyone assumed. It was no different than her attitude towards Breeze Wine. If Miss Endless wants to ask why we changed our plans so abruptly, I believe you have already figured that out after seeing those 5 special life forms. It's not that we want to back out of our transaction, we're just powerless to help. If Miss Endless doesn't have any other matters to discuss, we will take our leave. Shifeng took the initiative to bid the woman farewell. Although he did not know what lay inside the fallen ark that could tempt the Midnight Tea Party, he no longer wanted to associate with the adventurer team. Please, wait. I wish to represent the Midnight Tea Party in thanking you. If not for your command to flee, we would be dead by now. Here are 1,000 magic crystals. Take them as a thank you gift, and let's part as friends, Endless Scars said. She then retrieved a gray gemstone bag and handed it to Shifeng. Every Midnight Tea Party member was stunned. What was going on here? Not only hadn't Endless Scars questioned Shifeng's intentions, but she also gave him 1,000 magic crystals as a sign of gratitude. She was insane. This beautiful big sister is simply too rich. When Violet Cloud saw the cloth bag of 1,000 magic crystals, even she wanted to volunteer to become Endless Scars' little sister. Even large guilds would hesitate before giving away 1,000 magic crystals, yet Endless Scars did so without blinking. Although Shifeng wanted to say something, Endless Scars quickly followed up by saying softly, although our transaction has failed, I'd like to conduct another trade. We'll enter the Fallen Ark together and split the items 30-70. How about it? Endless Scars' offer shocked every player present. Miss Endless, you saw the monsters guarding the entrance. At this stage of the game, we have no chance against them. Shifeng could not understand what was going through Endless Scars' mind. Those 5 special life forms were no laughing matter. Even he was not confident in taking them down. Special life forms were extremely rare in God's domain. They were weapons the gods had specifically crafted for war. Like puppets, they possessed eternal life. They also had the power of immortality. Even if players killed them, they would resurrect. Moreover, they would revive slightly stronger than before. Generally, it only took these special life forms 10 minutes to resurrect, with some of the more powerful monsters taking up to an hour or so. In addition, these monsters did not drop any loot. Hence, players usually kept their distance. One had to admit that these special life forms were excellent guardians. What if I tell you that there's an inferior legendary treasure chest inside? Endless Scars asked when she saw Shifeng's lack of interest. Smiling faintly, she continued, based on what I've uncovered, there should be more than one inferior legendary treasure chest inside. In addition, there are plenty of epic treasure chests. My map can lead us to these treasure chests and allow us to bypass the traps. Are you sure you're not interested? The fallen ark had been one of the final weapons in the Great Ancient War. The items inside had been left behind by the gods before they had died. NPCs would consider even the most ordinary item a treasure, let alone players. You have a map? Shifeng stared at endless scars, flabbergasted. He would be lying if he said he wasn't interested in the fallen Arkansas. However, obtaining these treasures wasn't that easy. To current players, triggering any of the traps inside would result in death. Hence, even after clearing out the monsters in the fallen ark, very few players had been willing to explore it in the past. In fact, after the abyssal monsters had been cleared out, a large number of players and guilds had rushed into the fallen Arkansas. In the end, however, only a few had escaped with their lives. Practically 99.9% of the players that entered the Ark had died in the outer region. Even if one managed to reach the Ark's inner region, they would have to deal with even more powerful traps. As a result, very few were capable of leaving the Ark with any of its treasures. Players had come to both love and despise the fallen Arkansas. However, it would be a different story if they had a map. Aside from the awakened abyssal monsters and a few special lifeforms, the fallen Ark was void of life. The traps would be their main problem after entering the Arkansas. A map of the Ark's various traps was the equivalent of a free pass to its treasures. As long as they were careful to avoid the abyssal monsters and special lifeforms, they could obtain the Ark's treasures unhindered. Shifeng finally understood Breeze Wine and Endless Scars' attraction to the fallen Ark and why they'd be willing to spend 4,000 magic crystals to hire his team for an hour. That's right. If you don't believe me, take a look. Although it is only a fragment, can lead us to the fallen Ark's inner region, Endless Scars said. She then took out a broken map with only 2/5 of the original and showed it to Shifeng. The item's name was Fallen Ark Map. However, if Shifeng wished to look at it in detail, he needed the owner's permission. I can help you get inside. However, I have a condition. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng eventually chose to take the risk. In the past, even the most inferior item players secured from the fallen Ark's inner area was an epic item. If one were lucky, they could even obtain a fragmented legendary item. A fragmented legendary item. With one such item, a player's combat power would skyrocket. If he could obtain one, the item would greatly enhance his chances of success both in the Dark Arena and in the contest for Thunder Island. As for the abyssal monsters that would be released, they would mostly roam the Crying Ghost Ridge's inner regions. His team could still grind trolls in the outer region. The only drawback was a slightly lower drop rate for green ebony. Endless Scars had only wanted to test Shifeng with her offer. However, upon hearing Shifeng's confident reply, a small glimmer of hope shone in her flawless eyes. As long as your conditions aren't too outrageous, I can agree to them on behalf of our team leader, Endless Scars straightforwardly replied, smiling faintly. It was as if she had long since guessed Shifeng's thoughts. Pointing at the map in Endless Scars' hand, Shifeng said in a non-negotiable tone, "Give me a copy of the Fallen Ark map. Once we're inside, we'll go our separate ways and agree to a non-aggression pact. What we each walk away with will depend on our abilities." Chapter 1122, Foundation Magic Array. Chapter 1122, Foundation Magic Array. Endless Scars' conversation with Shifeng had been private. The other players hadn't heard their discussion. However, when the Midnight Tea Party members saw Endless Scars' frown, they were shocked. Endless Scars had never revealed such an expression throughout her time on the team. Even when monsters nearly wiped their team out, nothing close to a frown had appeared on her face. Propose another. Our team cannot agree to that condition, Endless Scars said after giving the matter some thought. Looking straight at Shifeng, she said seriously, the map itself is a pass to the fallen Arkansas. If you have it, you can enter the Ark more than once. This will undoubtedly increase our competition over the Ark's treasure. With how important the Fallen Ark is, I believe that no sane person would agree to your proposal. Moreover, even if our adventurer team can't enter the Fallen Ark right now, we can simply return when we're strong enough. In any case, the key is ours. If we don't activate the Ark, no one will be able to enter it. What you're saying is true. However, you don't seem to know the Fallen Ark's true secret, Shifeng said, chuckling. He had long since guessed Endless Scars' reply. The Fallen Ark map was priceless. Naturally, he didn't expect the Midnight Tea Party to just make a copy for him. However, the adventurer team's understanding of the Fallen Ark was no match for his. What are you trying to say? Although Endless Scars had her suspicions, after hearing Shifeng's confident comments, she was even more certain that Shifeng knew plenty of information about the Fallen Arkansas. Well, it doesn't really matter even if I tell you this. Although you have the key and the map, it is still impossible to obtain the items inside the Fallen Ark, Shifeng explained as he pointed to where the 5 special lifeforms had disappeared. You've seen for yourselves how powerful those guards are. However, the monsters inside are even more formidable. If you open the Ark, those monsters will escape. Moreover, those monsters will, slowly but surely, grow stronger. If you don't deal with them properly, even the map won't help you. Meanwhile, I have a way to deal with those monsters. If we work together, we can reach the Ark's inner region quickly. Even if you don't want to cooperate with us, once you open the Ark, we can still go in ourselves. Once the Ark is open, it won't ever close. Anyone will be able to enter. Endless Scars hesitated after listening to Shifeng's explanation. Although she wasn't sure if Shifeng were telling the truth, if he was, then her side had no way of dealing with those monsters. Their map might as well be a blank piece of paper. On the other hand, Shifeng had a way of combating this problem. Once Shifeng's team entered the Ark, although their progress would be slow without the map, the Midnight Tea Party would suffer a massive loss if they came across any treasure. Most importantly, her team did not have a lot of time. After all, their quest had a time limit. Based on her estimates, even if they focused on grinding and completing their class promotions, the furthest they could reach was Tier 2, level 55 before the quest's time limit was up. At that tier and level, their team might have a chance of defeating the 5 entrance guards. Unfortunately, she was not certain that they could deal with the Ark's monsters, which Shifeng claimed were far stronger. She had to admit that Shifeng's knowledge on those monsters was invaluable. Alright, I'll agree to your conditions. However, you need to tell me what you know about those monsters. You also have to tell me how to deal with them. If what you say is true, I'll make a copy of the map once we're in the Arkansas. If you lie to me, you won't get anything. Endless Scars glared at Shifeng. This was the first time she hadn't had the upper hand in a negotiation since she had joined God's domain. She was even more frustrated that she still didn't know Shifeng and his team members' identities. That won't be a problem. Once you see for yourself, you'll know the truth, Shifeng laughed. After the various super guilds' army had suffered annihilation, Crying Ghost Ridge had become a forbidden land for players in the past. Even then, however, many players had sought the Fallen Ark's treasure. To deal with the incomparably powerful abyssal monsters, these players had formed a multitude of plans. Unfortunately, none of those plans had succeeded. The most ridiculous part was that players had only discovered a proper method of dealing with the monsters after they had been defeated. That method involved utilizing mana stones. Due to the special mana phenomenon inside the Fallen Ark, the slumbering abyssal monsters couldn't absorb mana to recover. However, once the Fallen Ark was unlocked, this mana disturbance would vanish. To recover their strength, these abyssal monsters urgently needed large amounts of mana. Ordinary magic crystals would not do. To those ancient abyssal monsters, mana of such quality did little to aid in their recovery. Only mana stones were suitable. When the time came, he simply needed to construct a foundation magic array to display the mana stones. The mana stones would lure the abyssal monsters, and once they left, these abyssal monsters wouldn't be able to return to the Ark for a short time. Their teams could then search the Ark relatively safely. Following which, Shifeng and Endless Scars signed a contract. After ensuring that there were no issues, Shifeng had Violet Cloud use basic soul return on Breeze Wine. This way, Breeze Wine would not lose a level, and his combat power would be unaffected. Wait here for now. I still need to prepare, Shifeng said before entering the dead forest by himself and setting up a teleportation point with the Abyss Pendant. He then used a return scroll and teleported to White River City. As soon as Shifeng returned to White River City, he passed the green ebony he had obtained to Melancholic Smile. Although they only had enough for one advanced transport carriage, it took a considerable amount of time to manufacture one. Even if they had a master engineer and a master forger, they would need close to a day. Hence, the sooner they began production, the better. Inside one of the candlelight trading firm's special forging room, Shifeng retrieved the Philosopher's Stone, which he had picked up from his private warehouse on his way back, and began to synthesize magic crystals into mana stones. He could synthesize 1 mana stone from 50 magic crystals. Without hesitation, he used all 1,000 magic crystals he had obtained from Endless Scars and ended up with 20 mana stones. That was enough to lure the abyssal monsters from the Ark twice. Following which, Shifeng made 9 magic array scrolls for the 9-star polar domain. Once those were complete, he used the Abyss Pendant to return to Crying Ghost Ridge. Upon returning to the ridge, Shifeng used 10 mana stones to set up a foundation magic array far from the canyon where the fallen Ark resided. With this foundation magic array, he could lure all the abyssal monsters from inside the Arkansas. After finishing that task, Shifeng returned to his team. You finished your tasks already? Endless Scars asked Shifeng with a suspicious tone. Only 1 hour or so had passed since Shifeng had left. That wasn't even enough time to make a round trip to a town or city. What could he possibly do in 1 hour? Originally, she had thought that Shifeng had left to gather reinforcements. After all, with their current strength, defeating the 5 guardian monsters was impossible. At the very least, they needed a team of 100 experts. Yet, Shifeng hadn't brought even 1 player back with him. Endless, is this brat toying with us? Dark War asked through the team chat, infuriated. After Shifeng left, Endless Scars had told her team everything about her agreement with Shifeng. They all thought that Shifeng's demands were outrageous. They also thought that Shifeng was lying about how powerful the monsters inside the Ark were and that he simply wanted to trick them for their map. Shifeng's speedy return only justified their assumptions. Before Endless Scars could reply, however, Shifeng beat her to it and said, I've completed my preparations. However, during the battle, everyone needs to follow my commands. Chapter 1123, Monsters Domain. Chapter 1123, Monsters Domain. You'll take command? The Midnight Tea Party members shot Shifeng scornful looks. To ordinary players, a team commander's role was not particularly important. Ordinary players wouldn't have any choice in the matter if an expert like Shifeng wanted to guide them. However, they weren't ordinary players. Moreover, even the slightest mistake could result in death in the upcoming battle. If they died and lost the fight, they would have wasted several days of effort. If they were not absolutely confident in their commander, how could Apex experts risk listening to him? Having only met him recently, Shifeng was just a stranger. They could let Shifeng's request for the Fallen Ark map slide. However, if he thought that they would listen to his commands, he was simply dreaming. Breeze Wine nodded in agreement with his teammates' responses. He didn't think that it would be suitable for Shifeng to take command of the Midnight Tea Party either. However, this was not because he looked down on Shifeng's abilities. Rather, for one to qualify as a commander, one needed to familiarize themselves with every player on the team. This included their various basic attributes, skills, habits, and many other details. Only by knowing this information could one effectively lead and allow everyone in the team to display their fullest potential. Shifeng knew nothing about the Midnight Tea Party members. Although it wouldn't be a major issue if they were raiding a simple dungeon or boss monster, they intended to take on a level 65 Grand Lord and 4 level 63 Great Lords. Any mistakes would definitely result in casualties. It's fine if you don't want me in command. I'll just tell you our raid strategy. When the time comes, work with us, Shifeng said, not minding the hostile looks he received. Only, I will not be responsible for any casualties. 5 special lifeforms working together was no laughing matter. Based on Shifeng's understanding, every one of those 5 special lifeforms possessed their own ultimate moves. Alone, those ultimate moves might not be that powerful, but combined, they might increase exponentially. If those 5 special lifeforms cooperated with each other, they could annihilate a team of Apex experts effortlessly. Players needed an accurate grasp on the timing of the boss's skills. Even a slight error could result in a team wipe. Hence, he had asked to take command. That won't be a problem, Breezewine confidently replied. If a team wipe occurs due to a mistake on our side, we'll compensate you correspondingly. The rest of the team members agreed with the arrangement as well. At the very least, this was far better than taking orders from a stranger. Following which, Shifeng began to assign tasks. In reality, there was very little the Midnight Tea Party needed to do. As Breezewine had assumed, Shifeng was not very familiar with the Midnight Tea Party's members. Thus, he hadn't assigned them any particularly important tasks. The adventurer team mainly had to supply 9 magical classes to maintain the 9-star polar domain magic array. Shifeng told the other 9 players to distract 2 of the fallen patrols. They did not even need to focus on damaging the Great Lords. As for Breezewine, he had to unlock the Ark, of course. Zero Wing would deal with the fallen garrison captain and the remaining 2 fallen patrols. After Shifeng finished assigning tasks, both teams began to inspect their weapons, equipment, potions, and scrolls. Later, while leader is maintaining the magic array, I'll take over command. You guys better not embarrass our team, Endless Scars said seriously as she glanced at her teammates. Endless, rest assured. You know our standards better than anyone else. When the time comes, even if their side is annihilated, we won't have any issues, the Ranger, Dark War, sneered as he shot a glare at Shifeng's team. Facing 2 level 63 Great Lords might be a problem for ordinary experts. To their adventurer team, however, it was simply a somewhat strenuous task. Moreover, they only had to serve as distractions. They were not even required to fight the 2 bosses head-on. On the other hand, Shifeng's side, which needed to confront a Grand Lord and 2 Great Lords directly, was the largest concern. After everyone confirmed that there were no issues, Shifeng signaled Breezewine with a wave of his hand, having the latter start the unlocking process. Seeing this, Breezewine raised the orange crystal above his head and began to chant once more. Following which, the canyon shook as 5 massive figures rose from the ground. They were none other than the fallen garrison captain and the 4 fallen patrols. Activate the magic array. Shifeng hurriedly shouted. Endless Scars gave the same command practically at the same time. Suddenly, a massive, purple-gold magic array appeared and enveloped the 5 boss monsters. As an intermediate magic array, the 9-star polar domain could even suppress mythic monsters. Naturally, the garrison captain and patrols were no exception. Immediately, the 5 bosses' attributes began to fall rapidly. How is this intermediate magic array so powerful? The Midnight Tea Party was momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, the fallen garrison captain's HP fell from 120 million to 96 million, whereas the fallen patrol's HPs fell from 57 million to 41 million. The magic array's effects even stunned Endless Scars. While they, the Midnight Tea Party, had seen intermediate magic arrays before and had even collected a complete set themselves, that intermediate magic array was only capable of reducing a Grand Lord's basic attributes by 10%. Even then, it was already considerably powerful for an intermediate magic array. Yet, the 9-star polar domain had weakened the fallen garrison captain by 20% and the fallen patrols by 30%. This was simply inconceivable. Of course, Shifeng's team didn't even stop to notice the Midnight Tea Party members' reactions. Go! Under Shifeng's command, Cola, Yi Wumian, and Turtledove charged at own targets. As the lead MT, Cola would deal with the Grand Lord, while Turtledove and Yi Wumian would each tank the two Great Lords. Special Lifeform's life rating was slightly higher than ordinary monsters, though they were undoubtedly inferior to archaic species. With their attributes suppressed, Cola and the others should be able to handle them. However, before Cola could reach the fallen garrison captain, the latter swung its massive, 10-meter-long greatsword at the ground. Boom! A massive fissure ripped through the ground, extending straight towards Cola. Cola! Activate Protection Blessing! Shifeng shouted upon seeing the attack. Cola activated Protection Blessing without hesitation. He then positioned his shield before his body and gripped it with both hands. Pung! Cola was thrown 10 yards away on the spot. The truth shield and protection on him shattered into oblivion. Meanwhile, Cola's HP fell by over 25,000. The Troll Chieftain's ultimate move paled tremendously in comparison to the fallen garrison captain's attack. The fissure only stopped after 50 yards. The garrison captain's attack range made everyone shudder. Had Cola not activated Protection Blessing in time, he would be dead. The garrison captain's attack stunned every player in the battle. Unfortunately, this wasn't the end. In the next moment, the 4 fallen patrols moved simultaneously, abruptly raising their battle axes and slamming them to the ground violently. Boom! 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 The ground began to tremble. Golden jets began to spray from the ground in a 30-yard radius around the 4 fallen patrols. When the 4 domains were superimposed over each other, it was practically impossible to avoid them. Meanwhile, any player that these jets struck would receive anywhere from -5,000 to -8,000 damage. These golden jets appeared without any signs or fixed patterns. The overlapping domains doubled the attack's density. Although they tried their best to dodge the attacks, players occasionally slipped up and got hit, their HPs decreasing rapidly. One level 41 from the Midnight Tea Party, unfortunately, got caught in 2 overlapping domains. Without any time to respond, numerous jets struck the berserker, and he died on the spot. Chapter 1124, Tier 4 Super Spell. Chapter 1124, Tier 4 Super Spell. Everyone, avoid the overlapping domains. What kind of skill is that? Why is it still going on even after so long? The battle had just begun, yet one person had already died. Both Shifeng's team and the Midnight Tea Party grew anxious. Everyone had seen how the berserker had died. The golden jets appeared suddenly and silently. Moreover, the attacks could not be blocked, only dodged. Even if they were only near one domain, they would have to dodge 3 to 5 jets. Near 2 overlapping domains, one would face 7 to 10 attacks simultaneously. The berserker's paths of retreat had been cut off. In the end, he had died before the team's healers could help him. The Midnight Tea Party members no longer wore their previous complacent expressions. Lure the patrols to 4 corners. Do not let them near the garrison captain. Shifeng commanded. Shifeng was not particularly familiar with the Guardian boss's skills. After all, he had only learned about the Fallen Arc after it had been activated in the past. He did not even know who had activated the Arkansas. All he knew was that these special lifeforms had their own ultimate moves and that those ultimate moves would become exponentially stronger when combined. However, he hadn't expected these ultimate moves to be domain skills. Among the various skills in God's domain, those that posed the greatest danger were none other than large-scale destruction spells and domain skills. Attacks from large-scale destruction spells usually only lasted 1 or several waves. If players could endure the spell's duration, they would live. However, domain skills could stay in effect much longer. Domain skill would gradually whittle players down until they died. Endless Scars now realized how severe the situation was. Immediately, she took a Tier 3 summoning scroll from her bag and shouted through the team chat, "Wave, use your summoning scroll with mine. We'll use them to lure away the patrols. Melee players, stay away from the bosses. Use only ranged attacks." After all was said and done, the Midnight Tea Party's members were still experts. Very quickly, they began to move. The team's melee players promptly distanced themselves from the fallen patrol's domains. Meanwhile, Endless Scars and Netherworld Wave each summoned a Tier 3 creature and instructed them to pounce on the fallen patrols. Both Endless Scars and Netherworld Wave were incredibly proficient with controlling their summoned creatures. Although they couldn't dodge all of the golden jets, they could dodge the majority of them. With relative ease, the summoned creatures arrived before the fallen patrols and swiped their claws at the enemies. Pung! When the Tier 3 summoned creatures' claws struck the stationary fallen patrols, the clang of metal rang out. The summoned creatures' claws had only scratched the patrol's armor. They did not even manage to push the patrols back despite both being at the Great Lord rank. The fallen patrols had only lost around 4,000 HP from the attacks. Why are their defenses so high? Even a Grand Lord doesn't have this much defense. When the Midnight Tea Party's members saw the damage the Tier 3, level 60 summoned creatures had dealt with their normal attacks, their expressions grew gloomy. When they had used Tier 3 summoned creatures to fight Tier 3 Great Lords in the past, the former's normal attacks usually dealt 20 to 30,000 damage. Even against Grand Lords, their attacks dealt nearly minus 8,000 points, yet against these bosses, their summoned creatures had only dealt around minus 4,000 damage. The fallen patrol's defense was ridiculous. If even a Tier 3 summoned creature dealt so little damage, then players like themselves would deal, at most, minus 1,500 damage to the fallen patrols. Meanwhile, the fallen patrols each had 41 million HP. With their battle recovery, they could regenerate over 410,000 HP every 5 seconds. In other words, they would recover 82,000 HP every second. If their damage couldn't exceed 82,000 every second, then the fallen patrols were invincible against them. Big Sis Endless, how are we supposed to fight these things? Cloud Yarn asked anxiously. She could not help but turn to the Grand Lord Shifeng's team fought. If the fallen patrols were already so difficult to deal with, wouldn't the fallen garrison captain be even more overbearing? Forget about that for now. Lure the bosses away. Endless Scars ordered, shaking her head as she also glanced at Shifeng's team. The 5 guardian bosses were far more powerful than she had thought. Initially, she had believed that the Midnight Tea Party could deal with these monsters after they reached Tier 2, level 55. Now, however, it would seem that even after reaching that level, they had less than a 40% chance of beating these monsters. After the Midnight Tea Party lured 2 of the fallen patrols away, Turtledove and Yiwumian activated their life-saving skills and began to lure their patrols away from the fallen garrison captain. Once the 4 patrols were in 4 separate corners, Cola, who stood in the middle, had a much easier time dealing with the garrison captain. However, even after activating Protection Blessing, he still took over minus 10,000 damage from one of the Grand Lord's normal attacks. Without Protection Blessing, a single attack would devour over 20,000 of Cola's HP. Cola couldn't imagine standing against the garrison captain without the 9-star polar domain. Moreover, when everyone's attacks struck the garrison captain, every one of them dealt less than minus 1,000 damage. Only Fire Dance and Gentle Snow's normal attacks could deal over minus 1,500 damage to the Grand Lord, while their skills dealt up to minus 5,000 damage. However, to the garrison captain, which had 96 million HP, that damage was negligible. Guild leader, we won't even scratch its HP at this rate. Sooner or later, it will wear us down. Why don't we retreat and have the guild's main force meet us here? Gentle Snow advised through the team chat. Facing a Great Lord with a 20-man team was already pushing their luck, not to mention a Grand Lord that was 20 levels above them. If not for their excellent weapons and equipment and their exceptionally high combat standards, they would have team-wiped with the first wave of attacks. No need. Cola, keep hold of the boss. 3 seconds is long enough. The current situation didn't surprise Shifeng overmuch. He was fully aware of how powerful special lifeforms functioned. They were only inferior to archaic species. Knowing this, he had prepared a method to deal with them. In the next moment, Shifeng took a blood-red magic scroll from his bag. The instant the magic scroll appeared, a powerful mana fluctuation occurred within the 9-star polar domain. Everyone's gazes instantly shifted to Shifeng. What is that magic scroll? Endless Scars muttered, shocked, when she noticed the rampant mana inside the barrier. This magic scroll was one of the 2 Tier 4 magic scrolls Shifeng had obtained from killing the awakened NPC, Lancelot. Meanwhile, the garrison captain noticed the mana fluctuations immediately, the Grand Lord's eyes similarly shifting towards the blood-red scroll in Shifeng's hands. It shifted to attack the swordsman. Don't even think about getting away from me that easily. Cola raised his shield and slammed it into the garrison captain's foot. He then activated the Tier 1 skill Justice Roar, his body releasing a dazzling golden glow. He instantly regained the boss's attention and aggro. At the same time, his strength would double if the boss didn't attack him. However, even after Cola activated Justice Roar, the garrison captain was still focused on Shifeng. Guild leader, what did you just take out? Cola could not help his surprise. With no other choice, Cola activated Power of Darkness, his attributes soaring once more. He then executed the Tier 1 skill, Righteous Punishment. Boom! With a single strike, he forced the garrison captain's right foot back, causing over -10,000 damage to appear above the Grand Lord's head. The attack had nearly forced the garrison captain to kneel. Yet, the fallen garrison captain did not return its attention to Cola. Rather, it advanced on Shifeng, one step after another. Seeing this, Cola continued to execute several powerful moves, every one dealing over -10,000 damage, yet the result did not change. Guild leader, this monster has gone nuts. Cola was dumbfounded. As the garrison captain arrived before Shifeng, before it slashed its greatsword down on Shifeng finally finished chanting the magic scroll's incantation. Disillusionment. Shifeng's eyes flew open. 2 extremely complex and refined, blood-red magic arrays then emerged from his eyes. The other players were astonished. Tier 4 Super Spell, Disillusion Space. Chapter 1125, Unexpected Evolution. Chapter 1125, Unexpected Evolution. The instant the magic scroll activated, it seemed as if space had frozen as the garrison captain's descending greatsword came to an abrupt halt. Immediately after, the space within the 9-star polar domain began to change, a blood-red color coating the surrounding scenery. What's going on? Why does my body feel so light? Wait, our basic attributes have risen. It's true. My basic attributes have increased by 100%. Guys, look. The boss seems to have slowed to a crawl. As everyone looked at the garrison captain's greatsword again, they found that they could see the weapon clearly. Before, they had only seen afterimages. As the greatsword descended, the earth shattered. Over 30-meter-long fissures broke through the ground. However, the garrison captain had only hit the afterimage Shifeng had left behind. The swordsman himself had long since moved 10 yards away. So fast. When did he start moving? Endless Scars was flabbergasted. Unlike the rest of the players, she had focused on Shifeng. However, during the brief moment when she glanced at the garrison captain's greatsword, which had suddenly and significantly slowed, Shifeng had moved 10 yards away. She found the matter unbelievable. Look! Those patrols have slowed down as well. Even the golden jets are slower. With this speed, even I can dodge them easily. The players finally noticed that fallen garrison captain hadn't been the only one whose speed had been affected. The fallen patrols in the four corners had also suffered a speed reduction. Even their domain skills were affected. Zero Wings members and the Midnight Tea Party could now dodge the golden jets easily. Just who is he? The Midnight Tea Party members couldn't help but glance at Shifeng. They usually boasted their vast understand of God's domain. However, even with their bountiful knowledge and experiences, they had never encountered a situation like this. Without a doubt, this phenomenon had something to do with Shifeng's blood-red magic scroll. There was no other way to explain it. Now that everyone's basic attributes had been boosted while the five bosses' reaction speeds and attack speeds had decreased, the Midnight Tea Party's members, who had previously begun to despair, brimmed with hope. Currently, the five bosses had only landed 1 out of 3 or 4 attacks against their respective MTs. However, due to the significant attribute increase, the boss's damage had decreased. Take the fallen garrison Captain Kola tanked for example. Originally, Kola withstood over -20,000 damage from the Grand Lord's normal attacks. Now, however, the Grand Lord's normal attacks only dealt around -13,000 to the Guardian Knight. In addition, due to Kola having activated Power of Darkness, his HP had risen to more than 56,000. Including Disillusion Space's effects, his HP had risen to more than 112,000. He was practically a humanoid monster at this point. Right now, Kola wouldn't even have issues tanking 3 fallen garrison captains, much less 1. As for Kola's damage, due to the strength bonus from Justice Roar, just his normal attacks dealt nearly -10,000 damage, while his skills dealt close to -30,000 damage. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud, who stood among the healers at the rear, had similarly grown more powerful. Every one of her heals restored over 10,000 HP to Kola. If she double-cast her spells, she could heal over 20,000 HP every time. If she were lucky and triggered a double critical, she could instantly heal over 40,000 HP. Not only was Violet Cloud capable of keeping Kola alive by herself, but she could also handle healing Turtledove and Yiwumian. Guild leader, what kind of magic scroll did you use? I feel like we can even deal with a mythic monster right now. Kola exclaimed through the team chat. The rest of the team nodded in agreement. Aside from their frightening damage, the most troublesome aspect about boss monsters were their attack speeds and reaction speeds. Now that the fallen garrison captain had been suppressed in all 3 aspects, it was only as difficult as a High Lord, it only dealt slightly more damage. However, their increased attributes made up for that, further decreasing the raid's difficulty. Right now, they felt like they were simply fighting a powerful lord. Alright, enough idling around. Use your berserk skills and throw everything you've got. We only have 15 minutes until this space disappears. Shifeng felt a sting in his chest. Lancelot had only dropped 2 Tier 4 magic scrolls. He had just used the more precious of the 2, the Tier 4 super spell Disillusion Space. Unlike Tier 4 curses, super spells had been created during ancient times. They were ridiculously powerful, capable of transforming the environment. They were many times more powerful and mystical than the spells of the current era. Even the current NPCs in God's domain couldn't analyze these spells. Thus, they were called super spells. After activating Disillusion Space, it would transform the area within 200 yards of the caster into a custom world. All enemies within this world would be suppressed, decreasing their movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed by 2/3 of their totals. At the same time, this world would also enhance the caster and his allies, decreasing the boss's difficulty by 1 tier. Take the fallen garrison captain for example. It had originally been a Tier 3, upper rank existence. Now that its raid difficulty had reduced, it was only as strong as a Tier 2, upper rank. Unfortunately, Disillusion Space's duration was considerably short. Even so, in the past, everyone had called it the rarest magic scroll in God's domain, second to none. In the past, a Tier 4 super magic scroll had been worth at least 3 epic items. If a team of Tier 2 players used the scroll, they could even kill Tier 4 mythic monsters. However, Shifeng couldn't care less right now. The garrison captain and patrols were far stronger than he had imagined. If he hadn't used the magic scroll, they would have undoubtedly team-wiped. Moreover, trading a Tier 4 super magic scroll for a map to the Fallen Ark was a sure profit transaction. Upon hearing Shifeng's warning, everyone promptly began to activate their berserk skills. Although the Fallen garrison captain and Fallen patrols still possessed very high HPs, their reduced speed made them living targets. After activating their berserk skills, everyone easily dealt over -10,000 damage with their attacks, while Fire Dance and Gentle Snow could deal over -20,000 damage. Shifeng didn't hold back either as he activated Power of Darkness. He then used Silent Steps and appeared behind the garrison captain before activating Phantom Kill. Both he and his doppelganger activated Flame Burst simultaneously. Miniature suns appeared on both Shifeng's and his doppelganger's swords. Every strike they landed on the garrison captain dealt over -60,000 damage, while critical hits dealt over -130,000 damage. By the time Shifeng and his doppelganger dropped to the ground, both had landed a total of 30 consecutive attacks. The Fallen garrison captain lost over 2 million HP on the spot. The damages that appeared above the Grand Lord's head stupefied everyone. With such high damage, Shifeng could instantly kill a chieftain of the same level. Time passed quickly. Under the players' crazed bombardment, it took roughly 6 minutes for the garrison captain's 96 million HP to hit zero. Boom! When the Fallen garrison captain collapsed, although it did not drop any loot, Gentle Snow, Alluring Summer, and the other members of Zero Wing rose from level 42 to level 43. The abundant EXP exceeded everyone's expectations. The Midnight Tea Party's members also leveled up from 41 to level 42. However, no one stopped to celebrate as they still had to deal with 4 Fallen patrols. They had less than 10 minutes left before Disillusion Space's duration ran out. If they could not kill these bosses within this period, it would be much harder to do so afterward. Moreover, Shifeng had already told everyone that special lifeforms were immortal existences. Until they opened the Fallen Ark's entrance, these special lifeforms would continue to resurrect. Moreover, special lifeforms generally revived in around 10 minutes. They couldn't afford to waste any time. However, the Fallen patrols were much easier to deal with than the Fallen garrison captain. Even without their berserk skills, the two teams could deal a lot of damage to these bosses. In addition, they still had the support of the Midnight Tea Party's 2 Tier 3 summon creatures. Finally, 14 minutes since Disillusion Space had been activated, the 4 Fallen patrols collapsed, transforming into piles of rubble and gifting a large amount of EXP. The Midnight Tea Party members even leveled up once more, reaching level 43. This leveling speed astonished these players. They had actually gained nearly 2 full levels EXP in just 15 minutes. Zero Wing's members were already high-leveled. Although they had also obtained plenty of EXP, it was not enough to reach the next level. However, the abundant EXP had helped Shifeng reach 82% of level 47. If he grinded trolls, he could reach level 48 in only half a day. As the Guardian bosses died, the canyon began to tremble violently. Suddenly, the canyon's center collapsed. A towering, aqua-blue temple then emerged from the ground. At the same time, the familiar sound of a system notification reached everyone's ears. God's Domain System announcement: players have successfully activated a new expansion pack in God's Domain. The system will undergo an upgrade. All players, please prepare to log out of the game. Chapter 1126, Revealing Identity. Chapter 1126, Revealing Identity. The notification about God's Domain System update echoed in every player's ears. The notification immediately earned various reactions. Who's the bastard that triggered a new expansion pack? I'm only halfway through a dungeon here. Crap. I just bought a helmet and joined God's Domain. Many players began voicing their dissent on the official forums. However, although many people were outraged about this update, even more people were curious about its contents. For a time, everyone made their own guesses. Meanwhile, before the Temple of the Fallen Ark, the sudden system notification caught Shifeng and the others by surprise. They had only activated the entrance of the Fallen Ark after much difficulty, yet even before they had the chance to enter the Ark, the system announced an update. This was ridiculous. By now, practically everybody playing God's Domain knew that a system update signified a major upgrade. Meanwhile, the more God's Domain improved, the more difficult the game would become. Guild leader, should we log off here? Aqua rose and the others turned to Shifeng. The game had given them 20 minutes to log off. It wasn't exactly a lot of time, but it was more than nothing. If they strived hard enough, they might reach the Fallen Ark's inner region. If they entered the Ark after the system update completed, who knew how difficult the Ark would become? After all, this system was definitely related to the Fallen Ark's activation. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng looked to Breeze Wine and Endless Scars and said seriously, "We have decided to enter the Ark right away. Do you want to enter first, or wait until after the update?" Shifeng hadn't expected the system update this time. However, this helped Shifeng recall the system's update after the Fallen Ark had emerged in the past. The update back then had ruined many players. This was because this update would improve God's Domain's traps. Not only would removing the traps become twice as difficult, but the trap's power and concealment effect also increased significantly. This situation caused many players, who enjoyed adventuring in the fields, many hardships. The higher difficulty of obtaining weapons and equipment for adventure-seeking independent players was also due to this update. In God's Domain, there were 3 major sources for weapons and equipment. The first was dungeons, the second was field adventures, and the third was quest rewards. In the past, due to this system update, the weapons and equipment on the market had decreased significantly. As a result, players that produced weapons and equipment became even more important in God's Domain. The gods from the ancient era had left behind the traps inside the Fallen Arkansas. These traps were incredibly difficult to remove to start with. If these traps were improved, exploring the Fallen Ark would become far more difficult. However, Shifeng had no intentions of informing the Midnight Tea Party about this. Instead of answering Shifeng's question, Endless Scars turned to ask Breeze Wine, "Leader, what are your thoughts?" They had already cleared the most difficult part of their quest. However, Shifeng had previously stated that, shortly after the Fallen Ark activated, monsters even more powerful than the 5 Guardian bosses would appear. According to their original plan, they had intended to wait until the monsters had been lured away from the Fallen Ark before they dove in to explore. However, they had less than 20 minutes before they had to log off. If they entered the Ark now, they would have to risk encountering those monsters. Let's not enter the Ark for now. The monsters inside have yet to leave. If we die because we rushed into the Ark, it will do us more harm than good. In the end, Breeze Wine chose the safer approach instead. In his opinion, as long as he had the Fallen Ark map, both the Fallen Ark's treasures and quest were within their grasp. There was no need to risk their lives. What about our map? Blackie could not help but ask. Their previous agreement hinged on the Midnight Tea Party confirming these monsters' existence and their safe entry into the Fallen Arkansas. Only after these conditions were met would the Midnight Tea Party give them a copy of the map. Yet the adventurer team now intended to wait until the monsters had been lured away from the Arkansas. "Here is your copy of the Fallen Ark map. Take it," Endless Scars said as she took a map from her bag and handed it to Shifeng. Endless Scars stunned the other Midnight Tea Party members. They had neither the existence of the monsters Shifeng had warned them about, nor had they confirmed the validity of Shifeng's method to lure the monsters away. It was simply too risky to hand over the copy right now. "Thanks." Shifeng expressed his gratitude as he received the map. Endless Scars didn't respond to her team's questions. Instead, she evaluated Shifeng carefully before revealing an intimate smile and said, "This is what we've agreed upon, after all. However, this is our second transaction with each other, yet I still do not know your identity." I wonder if I can have the good fortune of a true introduction. Certainly, Shifeng replied before taking off the black cloak that hid his identity and appearance. He then introduced himself. I am Black Flame, Zero Wings Guild leader. His first reason for hiding his and his team's identities was that he didn't want others to know what Zero Wings' main force was up to. His second? He simply didn't want Endless Scars to know who they were. After all, Endless Scars was a Blackwater Corporation representative. Even if Endless Scars did not show any particular interest in Blackwater, at the end of the day, Zero Wing and Blackwater were enemies. It never hurt to be careful. However, the Fallen Arc map was more important. If Endless Scars found out that they were from Zero Wing, she might sever their agreement for the Fallen Arc map then and there. However, now that the map was in their hands, there was no reason to continue hiding their identities. Moreover, Endless Scars spoke on behalf of the Midnight Tea Party. It would only create an unnecessary rift between their teams if they refused to reveal themselves. In addition, the Midnight Tea Party and Blackwater were utterly unrelated. It's you. Endless Scars' eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined the group of experts before her to be Zero Wing members. Moreover, the team's leader was even Zero Wing's guild leader himself. Thanks for the map. Hopefully, we'll find more chances to work together in the future. Shifeng chuckled. He then led his team and dashed into the fallen Arkansas. Meanwhile, Endless Scars was utterly dumbfounded as she stared at Shifeng's departing back. Big Sis Endless, what's wrong? Cloud Yarn asked curiously when she saw Endless Scars' astonishment. Although it was indeed surprising that the other team's leader was Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, this wasn't the reason for Endless Scars' shock. In the past, their team had encountered many surprises. However, none of them had ever earned such a reaction from Endless Scars. This was her first time seeing such an expression on Endless Scars' face. Before today, she hadn't even thought that Endless Scars was capable of such an expression. Chapter 1127, Ark's Armory. Chapter 1127, Ark's Armory. Star Moon City, Blackwater's residence. Blackwater wasn't as prosperous as it had been. Very few players waited in front of the guild residence's entrance, eager to join. If not for the Blackwater Corporation's backing, not even these few players would be willing to join Blackwater. Not only had the Blackwater elite members that had died in the war in Stone Forest Town lost one level, but they had also lost a weapon or a piece of equipment. To make up for this loss, the elite players wouldn't have any time to help other guild members for some time. One of the main reasons that independent players willingly joined guilds for the guild experts' help in leveling and raiding dungeons to upgrade weapons and equipment. Practically every guild in God's domain provided this benefit. Players wouldn't want to join a guild that did not provide such a benefit. As a result, Blackwater's ordinary members had stagnated. They were now only capable of raiding party dungeons and small-scale team dungeons. They had no choice but to stay as far away as possible from 50-man or above team dungeons. Meanwhile, Qin Muyun, Laughing Drunkard, and Lethal Gale entered the guild leader's office, one after another. Guild leader, here is the latest guild report you asked for, Qin Muyun said as she placed a report on the table. At this moment, she wore a grave expression. The report clearly stated that over 20,000 elite members had already withdrawn from the guild, as many as a second-rate guild's total count. As for the ordinary members that withdrew from the guild, there were more than 100,000. However, when Abandoned Wave looked at these numbers, he maintained a relatively nonchalant attitude. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards Lethal Gale and asked, "How is the Blackwater trading firm coming along?" The Candlelight trading firm's latest product, the exotic stamina potion, has been well received. Despite having already reduced the mana mixture's price to 10 silver per bottle, ordinary players are buying the exotic stamina potion instead. Right now, our shops are only seeing 1/3 of our past traffic, Lethal Gale said, shaking his head dejectedly. Although our spies have already poked around in Candlelight, looking for information about the exotic stamina potion. It seems that only a select few of the trading firm's upper echelon know about the potion. As of now, we still do not know where to find the recipe. The exotic stamina potion had massively impacted the market. Setting aside how cheap it was, the mana mixture could not compare to its 10-hour duration. In addition, the mana mixture was only useful in dungeons, whereas the exotic stamina potion was useful in dungeons and the fields. At this moment, many ordinary players had given up on the regeneration potions and mana recovery potions in order to buy the exotic stamina potion. With the exotic stamina potion, players could grind monsters for longer periods. With the potion's effects, they did not even need to rest when traveling long distances, which allowed them to save plenty of time. Even Lethal Gale could not resist the temptation and had purchased 3 bottles for himself. After using the potion, he had to admit that it was a miracle potion. The potion had improved his leveling speed by roughly 20% to 30%. It was no wonder why many players were even willing to empty their coffers to buy the exotic stamina potion. Based on what he knew, the Candlelight Light trading firm had long since run out of the exotic stamina potion. As soon as Candlelight restocked, players would rip them from the shelves. Many large guild upper echelons had specifically visited the Candlelight trading firm to negotiate a deal for the potions. Right now, be it the guild's development or the trading firms, Zero Wing was unstoppable. Good. Excellent. Contrary to expectations, Abandoned Wave didn't seem enraged. Rather, he began to laugh. Guild leader? Qin Muyun and Lethal Gale were utterly confused. Young Master Jing was greatly displeased with them. Most likely, they would receive instructions from their superiors in the next few days. At that time, none of them would escape punishment. This was especially true for Abandoned Wave, yet the man that was supposed to be worried and angry was actually laughing. Was the shock too much for him to handle? However, instead of responding to Qin Muyun and Lethal Gale's question, Abandoned Wave turned towards Laughing Drunkard and asked softly, "Drunkard, did you finish what I asked of you?" "Guild leader, don't you trust me?" Laughing Drunkard chuckled. Confidently, he continued, "I've already sent details regarding Zero Wing's experts to the Miracle Guild. Miracle has confirmed that they will not give Zero Wing any chances of victory in tomorrow's match in the Dark Arena." Originally, he was not particularly optimistic of Zero Wing's loss in the Dark Arena tomorrow. However, after making a trip to the Miracle Guild and the detailed report he had provided the guild, his confidence that Zero Wing would lose in tomorrow's competition had grown. The odds for the upcoming competition had already been released. The odds were 1 to 3, with the majority of the bets on the Azura Battle team. However, this was simply because only a few people knew that the Evil Dragon Battle team was backed by the Miracle Guild. They had only discovered this due to the Blackwater Corporation's relationship with one of Miracle's upper echelons. It was extremely rare for the odds in the Dark Arena to be as high as 1 to 3. Normally, the odds were around 1 to 1.5. Seeing such a high payout rate, the Miracle Guild intended to go all out. Moreover, the guild aimed for a complete victory. The payout for a complete victory was 1 to 7. That was even high enough to tempt super guilds. A super first-rate guild like Miracle couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Miracle's apex experts could even rival those of super guilds. Moreover, to guarantee their win in the competition, Miracle had secretly borrowed epic items from other large guilds. Even Zero Wing's apex experts, who were famed for their heaven-defying attributes, would be no match for the experts the Miracle intended to dispatch. Zero Wing's members were so powerful mostly because of their basic attributes. As for the experts that had reached the refinement realm or higher, there were only 5 in the guild. Among them, Black Flame would not participate in the Dark Arena. After all, the man was Zero Wing's guild leader. That left Yifeng, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Violet Cloud. Among them, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Violet Cloud had only recently reached the refinement realm. Without the attribute advantage, the only true fighting force on the Azura Battle team was Yifeng. However, the competition in the Dark Arena was a 10-man team match. Good. Afterward, you three go and gather our guild's resources. When the time comes, we'll have to watch the competition as well. Abandoned Wave had not been as affected by the previous loss as Qin Muyun and Lethal Gale had thought. On the contrary, he had calmly thought of a way to turn the situation around. The first thing he needed to do was recover the guild's foundations, earning back the weapons, equipment, coins, and other items that the guild had lost in the war. The Dark Arena served as the perfect platform to do exactly that. Moreover, Blackwater's defeat was not without meaning. At the very least, their defeat had shown exactly how powerful Zero Wing's various experts were, and this information would help Miracle deal with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, after entering the towering temple, Shifeng had everyone use isolation scrolls before dashing through the labyrinth of empty corridors. As they had less than 20 minutes remaining, they would be hard-pressed to reach the Ark's inner region in time. The abyssal monsters had just woken and hadn't left the Ark yet. In the outer region's corridors, Shifeng's team occasionally encountered wandering fallen patrols. However, as Shifeng now had a map, these fallen patrols meant nothing to the team with his acute senses. Not only could Shifeng avoid the patrols, but he could also avoid any traps. So this is the armory. After nearly 10 minutes, Shifeng discovered a tightly shut door. The words, War Armory, had been carved on the stone above the massive door. Upon seeing these words, Shifeng's heartbeat accelerated. The War Armory stored weapons of war specifically. And no other player had ever opened this War Armory. Chapter 1128, Difference Between Mythic Monsters. Chapter 1128, Difference Between Mythic Monsters. As Shifeng stopped to look at the War Armory, Minor Wind noticed red dots appear on his system map and reported, Guild Leader, distant patrols are approaching our location. If we don't move now, I'm afraid that we'll be discovered. After Zero Wing's team had entered the Fallen Ark, Minor Wind had activated his scouting skill as he kept a lookout for any movement in their area. Although his scouting search area was reduced inside the Ark, he could sense for enemies within a 300-yard radius. That was enough for the team to respond before enemies reached them. How many? Shifeng asked. 2. Moreover, they're moving relatively quickly. They'll reach our location in 15 seconds at most, Minor Wind reported. 15 seconds? We'll be cutting it quite close. Shifeng frowned. Based on his estimates, even an assassin with their locksmith class at master rank would need roughly 20 seconds to open a room like the War Armory. Unfortunately, their team didn't have a master locksmith. He also fully believed Minor Wind's estimate. A qualified ranger was not just a ranged damage dealer. Rangers' constant awareness of their surroundings and their judgment of various situations were their most important aspects. Although Minor Wind's combat standards were slightly lower than Zero Wing's other core members, his observation skills and judgment were top-notch. Guild Leader, we don't have much time left, Gentle Snow urged as they had less than 8 seconds to prepare. Based on their location on the map, they were only 2/3 of the way to the Fallen Ark's inner region. If they couldn't reach the inner region before the system update began, when they logged back into the game, reaching that area would be far more difficult. They also needed to select a treasury and deal with the traps inside. Shifeng hesitated. In the past, the Fallen Ark had been a famous treasure trove in God's domain. However, as the inner region's traps were extremely dangerous, very few players were capable of obtaining any treasures whatsoever. This situation had also resulted in the various large guilds in giving up on the Arkansas. However, Shifeng never thought that he would actually come across an armory in the outer region. An armory might not mean much to an ordinary player, but to a guild, some of the more advanced weapons of war were even more valuable than fragmented legendary items. Forget it. We're giving up on the inner region. Let's take this armory for now. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng settled for the armory. Right now, Zero Wing still lacked overall strength. It likely did not even have the power to defend a single city. However, if they could find a few advanced weapons of war here, they might make up for Zero Wing's lack of combat power. As long as they could construct and defend a city properly, the city's value would easily exceed that of 2 or 3 fragmented legendary items. Cola, you and Turtledove will tank the patrols. Don't let them near us. Everyone else, look for any nearby traps. Fire Dance, you'll be responsible for unlocking the door, Shifeng hurriedly commanded. Understood. Hearing this, everyone exploded into action. The 2 fallen patrols were similar to those they had encountered at the entrance. They were both level 63 Great Lords with 57 million HP. However, Cola and Turtledove had long since familiarized themselves with the patrol's attack patterns. Even without the 9-star polar domain, they were capable of dealing with the Great Lords. At the same time, Fire Dance began to unlock the door to the Armory. As one of the Fallen Ark's secret rooms, the time it took to unlock the Armory was secondary. The crucial issue was that the extremely complex unlocking method. One would have to start the process all over again if they made a single mistake. Only after removing the various locks could one finally open the secret room. Time passed quickly. After 1 minute, Fire Dance was only halfway through the door's locks. Guild leader, 2 more patrols are approaching. Minor Wind announced anxiously. If there were only 3 fallen patrols, their team could, more or less, manage. 4, however, would be a problem. As for trying to kill the patrols, that would be considerably foolish. Special lifeforms were immortal existences. Even after expending a lot of time and effort, the most they would get out of the endeavor was some EXP. After 10 minutes, the fallen patrols would be back on their feet and ready to fight once again. Moreover, with each resurrection, the fallen patrols would become stronger. Only a lunatic would try to kill them. Wu Mian, you'll come with me. Once Fire finishes unlocking the door, rush into the room. Remember, do not touch anything inside. Shifeng commanded. He then dashed towards the 2 new fallen patrols with Yi Wumian. Shifeng wouldn't try to take on one of the fallen patrols directly. Instead, he activated Aura of Earth while deflecting the patrol's attacks. This way, not only could he reduce the damage he received, but he could also alleviate the burden on the team's healers. However, as time passed, a loud roar echoed from a distant corridor. The angry roar reverberated through the spacious corridor. Already? Shifeng's expression darkened. The abyssal monsters had awakened far sooner than he had anticipated. If these monsters discovered his teams, none of them would get out of here alive. Shifeng's team wasn't the only one who had heard the roar. The Midnight Tea Party's members, who waited outside the Fallen Ark quietly, heard the deafening roar as well. Black Flame really didn't lie. Breeze Wine could not help but inwardly celebrate when he heard this roar. The fact that this roar is so deep and can reach all the way out here means that this monster should be mythic rank at the very least. Fortunately, they had made the trade with Shifeng. Otherwise, even if they had activated the Fallen Ark by themselves after obtaining their Tier 2 classes, they'd have no way of completing their quest. The difference between mythic monsters' strength and Grand Lords was simply too massive. Even if their entire team reached Tier 2, it wasn't likely that they could defeat a mythic monster of the same level, much less a mythic monster of a higher level. The other team members nodded in agreement. Despite Dark War and several other people's opinions about Shifeng, they had to admit that Shifeng had helped them enormously. Meanwhile, before the Fallen Ark's armory, Fire Dance finally unlocked the door to the secret room. Guild leader, the door's open. Good. You guys go in first. Cola, start slowly moving towards Armory. Opening the tightly shut door was undoubtedly good news to Shifeng. Immediately, he had everyone retreat towards the Armory. As Shifeng and the others reached the Armory's entrance, Shifeng, Cola, and the other MTs felt their bodies become heavy. It was as if they had been submerged in mud. It was extremely difficult to move. Not good. Those monsters have arrived. Get inside, quickly. Shifeng panicked. Immediately, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and recovered his ability to move. He then took an aqua blue magic scroll from his bag. This magic scroll was none other than his sole remaining Tier 4 magic scroll. The area they were in was not particularly large, but he understood how powerful those monsters were. Any players the abyssal monsters killed would not get off with just a lost level. If that were the case, players in the past wouldn't have given up on the Fallen Ark's treasures that easily. Rather, those abyssal monsters would extract the immortal souls from the players they killed. Not only would players lose 2 or 3 levels, but they also wouldn't be able to log into the game for over 10 days. Humans? Those souls, heaven-blessed individuals? Wonderful. It's been so long since I've tasted an immortal soul. As Kola and the others rushed into the armory, a cold voice reached their ears, making them shudder with fear. Suddenly, as if the fallen patrols had been struck, the team watched the great lords fly into the corridor's walls, their powerful metallic bodies flattening like a specimen under a microscope. Aside from Shifeng, none of the players could move. Why is such a powerful monster here? The abyssal monsters might far exceeded gentle snow and the rest of the team's expectations. Before the monster had even shown itself, it had already flattened the 4 fallen patrols into pancakes. They had become fish on a cutting board. Chapter 1129, Ransacking the Armory. Chapter 1129, Ransacking the Armory. Sure enough, a complete domain is really powerful. Shifeng was slightly stunned. The Fallen Ark's abyssal monsters were much stronger than he had imagined. It was no wonder why God's domain's various superpowers hadn't been a match for these monsters in the past. This was definitely the first time Shifeng had encountered a mythic monster that wielded a complete domain. Generally, only Tier 4 NPCs could use one. This was also the factor that provided Tier 4 NPCs the power to face Tier 4 mythic monsters. Right now, despite him having activated Heavenly Dragon's power, he could barely move his body. His joints even creaked as he moved. Oh. Someone can still move? As Shifeng moved, a cold, deep voice reverberated through everyone's minds. When the team members lifted their heads, they discovered that a humanoid creature, which was roughly 4 meters tall and covered in scales, had suddenly appeared before them. The creature had 2 blade-like arms and crimson eyes that were as large as an ordinary human's fist. 2 sets of jet-black wings also stretched from the creature's back. Soul Eater Lord, Dark Creature, Mythic weakened. Level 67. HP 210-000-000/210-000-000. Every player gasped when they saw this creature. Despite being weakened, the creature was still a mythic monster. Moreover, the team despaired upon seeing his HP. Even a team of 1,000 experts would be cannon fodder against this monster, much less a 20-man team. We're doomed. As Aqua Rose watched the Soul Eater Lord gradually approach them, she could already see her and her teammates' instant death in her mind. However, Aqua Rose still did not know that any player the Fallen Ark's ancient abyssal monsters killed would not get away with losing a single level. What an interesting little fellow. It's a pity that your struggling is useless. Just become my soul's nourishment obediently, the Soul Eater Lord said as he widened his ferocious mouth. He could no longer wait to devour these players. When 30 yards separated the team from the Soul Eater Lord, Shifeng finally finished chanting the last verse of the incantation in his heart. He abruptly unfurled the dark blue magic scroll in his hands. Pointless resistance will only add to your pain and despair. The Soul Eater Lord had already noticed the Tier 4 magic scroll in Shifeng's hands. However, he disregarded the object because he was fully capable of dealing with any Tier 4 spells. If it were a Tier 5 magic scroll, he might be nervous. However, such magic scrolls had even been extremely rare during the ancient era, not to mention the present era. Oh, really? Shifeng smiled faintly. Immediately, an aqua-blue magic array formed beneath Shifeng's feet. Following which, with Shifeng as the center, a faint blue barrier expanded outward. Tier 4 Curse, Water Boundary. Water Boundary was not an attack-type curse. Rather, it was a defensive curse. The curse was even capable of blocking Tier 5 attacks. It was a kind of absolute defense. The curse had a radius of 20 yards and a duration of 30 seconds. After Water Boundary formed, Zero Wings members immediately felt the pressure dissipate as they regained their freedom of movement. Damn it! The Soul Eater Lord's expression twisted as the Water Boundary formed. It then began to assault the barrier. Boom! 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 The Soul Eater Lord was so fast that even Shifeng could barely see its movements. Everyone's hearts pounded as a series of expressions echoed throughout the fallen Arkansas. They were terrified that the Soul Eater Lord would break through the seemingly flimsy, light blue barrier. After glancing at the fluctuating, blue barrier, Shifeng shifted his attention away from the Soul Eater Lord as he commanded, "All right, get moving. We don't have much time left." As a Tier 4 defensive curse, Water Boundary could withstand the Soul Eater Lord's attacks, even if he were at his peak. The Soul Eater tribe's king, though, would have no problem shattering the barrier. Unfortunately, that kind of existence, which was as powerful as gods, was not in the current Arkansas. Following which, the Soul Eater Lord could only watch helplessly as Shifeng led his team into the armory. After entering the armory, Shifeng turned around and shut the door, immediately locking it. "Guild leader, that monster can't break in here, right?" Violet Cloud asked worriedly as she recalled how powerful the Soul Eater was. "Relax. This is the Fallen Ark, one of the final weapons the gods created. Divine runes strengthen the Ark's interior. Even a Soul Eater king would have a hard time destroying the interior of the Ark, not to mention a Soul Eater Lord," Shifeng said nonchalantly. His companions could not help but release a sigh of relief when they heard Shifeng's reassurance. "Now that the danger has been dealt with, Fire, you and Flying will disable the traps inside the armory. Everyone else, move carefully," Shifeng ordered. Looking at the time, he found that they had around 6 minutes before they had to log out of the game. If they could not remove the traps within the armory during these 6 minutes, by the time they logged back into the game, these traps would become much harder to disable. Hearing this, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow immediately went into action. As for the rest of the team, they let their gazes wander the armory. For a moment, they were stupefied. The armory was a massive treasure trove. There was a variety of tools on display, and every one was extremely tempting. "Guild leader, look over there. Mana pulse cannons. They're even intermediate rank." During the war against the Star Alliance, Shifeng had spent 20,000 gold to purchase a basic mana pulse cannon. A single attack from the cannon could rival the might of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. Moreover, the cannon had a range of 15,000 yards and a radius of 200 yards. Unfortunately, the cannon was very costly to use, with each shot requiring 1,000 magic crystals. Moreover, it had a long cooldown of around 3 to 4 minutes. Meanwhile, upon reading the intermediate mana pulse cannon's information, the team discovered that it was even more impressive than they had thought. Although its attack was roughly as powerful as a Tier 4 destruction spell, it had a range of 20,000 yards and a radius of 500 yards. It cost 2,000 magic crystals to fire a single round and similarly had a cooldown of around 3 to 4 minutes. The difference between a radius of 200 yards and 500 yards was simply outrageous. Furthermore, this armory actually had 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons. If Zero Wing had had these 2 cannons and a sufficient number of magic crystals during its battle against Blackwater, winning the war would have been far easier. However, rather than the mana pulse cannon, Shifeng's gaze stopped on a magical, steel car. He was quite familiar with this item. Movement-type defensive magic array. Although it was only a basic defensive magic array, it could be moved freely even after being activated. In the past, large guilds treated it like a mobile fortress. As long as this magic array had enough mana, it could block all Tier 3 attacks and lower. Meanwhile, its maximum radius could cover an entire basic town. Aside from the mana pulse cannons and movement-type defensive magic array, there were a large number of basic mana pulse bombs. Every bomb possessed the might of a Tier 3 spell and had a radius of 25 yards. They could be thrown up to a maximum of 50 yards. They were incredibly suited for individual players. To current players, these mana pulse bombs were godly weapons in group battles, as a single bomb could obliterate all players in a 25-yard radius. There were actually over 1,000 of such bombs. Shifeng had never imagined that a single armory would contain such a large harvest. With these items, the issue of his future city's defense was practically settled. Seconds passed, then minutes. When there were only 2 minutes before the system update began, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow had disabled 90% of the armory's traps. Only one trap set up around a stone altar was left. Guild leader, this trap is too complex. Even I can't disable it. Fire Dance exclaimed as she examined the trap before her. Even you can't disable it? Shifeng was surprised. They were still in the Ark's outer region. With Fire Dance being an advanced trap disabler, she should be able to deal with every trap here. It was only a matter of time. However, the fact that Fire Dance was unable to disable the trap spoke volumes about the stone altar's value. Since time was running out, Shifeng immediately removed Icarus's heart from his neck and passed it to Fire Dance. Fire Dance was momentarily dazed when she saw Icarus's heart. She had never expected such a powerful epic item to exist. Hurry, use this to disable the trap. Shifeng instructed. Trap Disabler was a similar lifestyle class to the Appraiser class. However, it was not a particularly popular class. The Assassin class possessed a talent bonus that allowed them to level lifestyle classes like Locksmith and Trap Disabler far more easily. With Shifeng's command, Fire Dance recovered her wits and activated God's Blessing, upgrading her Trap Disabler class to the Master rank. Immediately, Fire Dance began to disable the trap on the stone altar. However, this trap would require a considerably long time to disable. Quick! We don't have much time left. Shifeng's anxiety grew when he saw only 30 seconds remaining. If Fire Dance failed, the next time they logged into the game, the consequence would not be limited to some lost time. Fire Dance also grew desperate. Her mind focused like never before as she frantically disabled the trap's mechanisms, one after another. There were only 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. It's disabled. Fire Dance finally disabled the trap with only 2 seconds remaining, and she could not help but sigh in relief at her success. Following which, everyone's vision faded to black as they were sent to their individual God's Domain offline rest spaces. Chapter 1130, Talent. Chapter 1130, Talent. Inside the offline rest space, Shifeng slowly opened his eyes. With this, all we need to do is wait for the system update to end and log back into the game. Shifeng could not help his growing excitement when he thought about the stone altar. Even the intermediate mana pulse cannons had only been protected by advanced traps. Whatever master traps protected definitely stored far more valuable treasures. Shifeng shifted his gaze to the system interface displayed before him. The interface showed 14 hours and 40 minutes before the system update completed. From this, Shifeng could tell that significant changes would shake God's Domain. A nearly 15-hour-long system update. It's roughly the same duration as when the Fallen Ark had been activated in the past. Shifeng could not help but recall detailed information about the system update in the past. Every time God's Domain underwent a system update, it, more or less, changed Guild's path of development. For example, the previous few system updates had gradually increased the importance of lifestyle classes in the various large guilds' eyes. Guild had even begun to invest a significant amount of resources to nurture their lifestyle classes. Similarly, the system update this time would change God's domain once more. There were many lifestyle classes in God's domain. They weren't limited to forgers, engineers, alchemists, enchanters, leatherworkers, tailors, chefs, and such. There were many other lifestyle classes that players did not pay much attention to, such as diviners, architects, appraisers, fraudsters, cultivators, tamers, scholars, magicians, locksmiths, and other minor subclasses. This latest update would gradually increase the importance of these minor subclasses in the game. Before the trap mechanisms in God's domain had been perfected, adventurer players who explored the fields could get by financially in the game relatively easily. In the fields, their main problem when they found treasure was the guardian monsters. Rarely would any player pay attention to the traps protecting the treasure. This was because of the only two possibilities when one tried to disable a trap. The first was that the trap could be disabled, although the time required depended on the player. The other possibility was that the trap could not be disabled. One wouldn't receive any kind of punishment for failing to disable a trap. As a result, players rarely paid much attention to the trap disabler class. However, after this system update, a third outcome would occur. A trap could be disabled, but failure came with a risk. If one failed to disable a trap, they would trigger the trap itself. Trap strengths varied. If players triggered a weaker trap, they might retain their lives. Even in the event of death, players would only suffer the normal death penalties. For stronger traps, however, players might have to pay more than a single level for their failure. Another example was the magician subclass, one of the minor subclasses Shurfeng had learned. A magician's role was to produce items such as magic scrolls and magic arrays. Although the magician subclass was not as important as the forger subclass, it was one of the essential subclasses in God's domain. Moreover, as the subclass increased its rank, it would serve a greater purpose. Due to the increased importance of the various minor subclasses, the large guilds began to nurture these subclasses to aid their guild's development. It seems that I'll have to get melancholic to start collecting purple dew and 5-colored flowers once I log back in. After some thought, Shurfeng decided to start nurturing a batch of players with minor subclasses. Minor subclasses were not as difficult to improve as major subclasses. There was no need to expend a large stock of materials for trial and error. One simply needed to achieve a certain technical standard to rise through the ranks. Take the magician subclass for example. If a player produced a basic magic array, they would become a basic magician. If they produced an intermediate magic array, they would become intermediate magicians. There was no need to accumulate a large number of proficiency points. Promotion solely depended on a player's technical skills. However, while there were no restrictions on learning minor subclasses, with players being allowed to learn over 10 minor subclasses, due to personal talent, not everyone could level a subclass to intermediate or advanced rank, much less master rank. Due to this, players should learn only the minor subclasses they were proficient at if they wished to advance to higher stages in the game. However, how was a player supposed to determine which minor subclass they were proficient at? In the past, the most popular way to test their abilities was the talent potion. As long as players drank the talent potion, the system would provide a series of tests. After completing these tests, the system would notify players about the subclass they were most suited for. This way, players would not have to waste their time researching whether they were suitable for a certain subclass or not. Of course, if players liked a particular subclass, they could learn it regardless of whether they had the talent. They just wouldn't be able to advance quickly. Meanwhile, the main materials for crafting the talent potion was purple dew and 5-colored flower. Shurfeng also knew where to find the recipe. As long as he went there to grind, he should have no problems obtaining a few copies. After Shurfeng finished planning his development, he decided to rest in the virtual space. Only at 7 in the morning did he exit his virtual gaming cabin. After Shurfeng finished breakfast and did some light exercises, before he left to check on Zero Wing's new internal members in the dojo, he noticed his female assistant, who currently wore black working attire, waiting for him by the lounge's entrance. Head instructor, Chairman Xiao has an extremely important matter he wishes to discuss with you. He is waiting in the chairman's office right now, Liang Jing reported as she walked up to Shifeng, who wore blue sportswear. Got it. Shifeng nodded. In reality, even if Xiao Yu hadn't come looking for him, he would have likely sought the man out himself within the next few days. During his previous expansion of the Zero Wing workshop, he had recruited plenty of talented people. These people were all much stronger than the independent players he had recruited in God's domain. Although their levels in the game were still quite low, their combat standards were already higher ordinary elite players. In addition, he and Lei Baoan normally trained these new recruits. It was only a matter of time before they could clear the trial tower's 4th floor. Once these people reached the 5th floor, they would become experts in the eyes of ordinary players. If they could reach the 5th floor's late stage, even large guilds would treat them like experts. However, Shifeng wasn't looking for ordinary experts. He wanted apex experts capable of turning the tides of war by themselves. It was extremely difficult to nurture such apex experts. First, he needed a sufficient amount of resources such as the S-rank nutrient fluid. However, Shifeng didn't have the connections he needed to gain a large quantity. Fortunately, Xiao Yu did. The Big Dipper Tower's 51st floor. This floor was specifically reserved for the chairman of the Big Dipper group. It was also the Big Dipper Tower's highest floor. From in the corridor, they could see the entirety of Jinhai City through the glass walls. Very few people in Jinhai City were ever invited to this floor. Even Liang Jing, Chairman Zhao's senior assistant, had never set foot on this floor. Generally, she waited for the chairman on the 50th floor. As Liang Jing followed Shifeng to the chairman's office, she sighed ruefully as she stared at Shifeng's back. If not for Director Xiao allowing her to bring Shifeng here, she would never have had the opportunity to see this floor. When Liang Jing opened the doors to the chairman's office, an office the size of a basketball court appeared before her eyes. 3 people sat before the room's French windows. Shifeng was familiar with all 3. One of them was Xiao Yu, another was Gan Xingting, the bald man who Fire Dance had thoroughly defeated, and the last Xia Qiwen, the handsome youth with a body as robust as Lei Bao's, known as the White Tiger Dojo's fighting genius. Chapter 1131, An Invitation That Cannot Be Refused. Chapter 1131, An Invitation That Cannot Be Refused. Why are they here? Shifeng frowned slightly as he eyed Xia Qiwen and Gan Xingting, who sat on a sofa and chatted merrily with Xiao Yu. The White Tiger Dojo was currently Big Dipper's rival. As Shifeng walked up to the 3 people, Xiao Yu took the initiative to welcome him. Instructor Shi, you're finally here. Let me introduce you. This is White Tiger Dojo's rising star, Xia Qiwen. As for our other guest, I believe that you've already met. Gan Xingting has already been appointed the acting head instructor of the White Tiger Dojo's branch in Jinhai City. Xiao Yu introduced the men to Shifeng. As Xiao Yu completed the introductions, Xia Qiwen stared at Shifeng. Shifeng currently wore dark blue sportswear. He appeared extremely young for someone in his position. No matter how Xia Qiwen looked at Shifeng, the latter looked like any ordinary youth. Shifeng did not exude the aura that was usually found on martial arts experts. If not for Gan Xingting providing him with information about Big Dipper beforehand, he would have assumed that Shifeng was a new student who had recently enrolled to the Big Dipper dojo. Hello, head instructor Shi. Xia Qiwen greeted Shifeng without getting up from his seat. He simply looked at Shifeng, nodding slightly as he spoke with a courteous tone. I have heard of head instructor Shi's fame. Sure enough, the rumors were true. Hello. Shifeng gave with a brief, but polite response. As for Gan Xingting, he did not bother saying anything to Shifeng. In Gan Xingting's opinion, Shifeng was simply one of the Big Dipper group's puppets and did not possess any true ability. The dojo's true master must be the woman he had fought before, Fire Dance. In both strength and reaction capabilities, Fire Dance far surpassed him. He wouldn't even be surprised if she turned out to be the internal force expert the Big Dipper group had invited. Xie Qiwen stood up and turned to look at Xiao Yu before saying, "Chairman Xiao, since we've already told you why we are here, we'll take our leave now. When the time comes, I will welcome your arrival." Initially, he had waited here to catch a glimpse of Shifeng. Now that he had met the man in question and discovered that Shifeng was exactly as Gan Xingting had mentioned, he had no reason to stay. Following which, Xiao Yu sent both Xie Qiwen and Gan Xingting to the door. He then had Liang Jing send them on their way. After the duo left, Shifeng asked, "Chairman Xiao, may I know what business you wish to discuss?" "The White Tiger Dojo will be holding an opening ceremony in 4 days, and they have invited you and me to participate. At the same time, the White Tiger Dojo plans to hold a friendly competition during the ceremony and has invited the various training centers and dojos to participate as well. The match will involve teams of 3, and participants must be below the age of 20. The competition's champion will win 1 million credits and an invitation card to the Green God Company's annual auction." An invitation card to the Green God auction? Sure enough, the White Tiger Dojo is impressive. The White Tiger Dojo's wealth and influence surprised Shifeng. Practically everybody in the world knew about the Green God Company. The Green God Company was the sole producer of nutrient fluids, which was sold in practically every town and city around the world. It was an absolute giant. In this current era, who did not pay attention to their bodies? Who didn't want to live longer? Particularly, the S-rank nutrient fluid produced miraculous effects. However, as its production volume was low, it was extremely difficult to obtain. The Green God Company also held an auction once every year. In this auction, the company sold plenty of S-rank nutrient fluids. In addition, the company would introduce new products that were not available on the market. Only, it was extraordinarily difficult to gain an invitation. A company like the Big Dipper Group did not qualify to receive an invitation. However, this wasn't surprising. After all, not a single person or company in Jinhai City qualified. Most likely, only an existence like the White Tiger Dojo, which nurtured international-level fighters consistently, qualified. After all, in this era, where everyone paid attention to their physical fitness, the various international training centers and dojos were the Green God Company's main customers. I know, right? In previous years, we've offered 5 million to purchase an invitation card. However, we have never actually managed to buy one. Hence, head instructor Sure, I was wondering if you could select a few members from the Big Dipper Dojo to participate in this friendly competition? Xiao Yu asked anxiously. Although he knew that the White Tiger Dojo wanted to flaunt its might through this friendly competition and solidify its position in Jinhai City, the invitation card to the Green God auction was simply too tempting to give up. This invitation card was a pass that allowed one to purchase S-rank nutrient fluids. At the same time, one would encounter people of high social standing. If he could form some kind of relationship with some of these influential people, it might help the company's development in the future. Hence, even if he knew it was a trap, he couldn't refuse it. Chairman Xiao, you should know that the dojo's members have only recently joined. Even the powerful fighters are no match for the White Tiger Dojo's elite geniuses, Shifeng replied as he shook his head. Since the White Tiger Dojo dared to put up such a tempting prize, it was obvious that the dojo was confident in claiming the prize for itself. During the competition, the dojo would definitely send geniuses from its main branch to participate and teach the various dojos and training centers in Jinhai City a lesson that they would never forget. I heard that head instructor Sure has several experts in your workshop. What if they participate instead? Xiao Yu asked eagerly. He had long since learned about the Zero Wing workshop from Liang Jing. According to Liang Jing, the workshop members were powerful fighting experts. The woman named Fire Dance, in particular, had even defeated Gan Xingting in a single move. Chairman Xiao, I understand what you are trying to say, but unfortunately, they are all over 20 years old, Shifeng said, smiling bitterly. Of course, he wanted Cola and the others take part in the competition. However, they were all over the age limit. Only Violet Cloud met this requirement. However, the competition was a group match. If he could not fill the 2 remaining spots, they wouldn't be able to take part anyway. As for the members that had recently joined the Zero Wing workshop, although they had improved significantly, they were no match for the White Tiger Dojo's elite members. The White Tiger Dojo really is crafty. I never thought that they would have accounted for this as well. A disappointed expression dominated Xiao Yu's face. Despite the valuable opportunity to develop the company, he had no way of grasping it. We still have 4 days. It isn't entirely impossible to find suitable experts. However, it won't be easy. Shi Feng suddenly recalled several core members in the guild that were younger than 20. Only, none of them had come to Jinhai City to participate in Zero Wing special training. Xiao Yu's eyes shone at Shi Feng's words. Immediately, he said, "If head instructor Shi has any requirements, please, don't hold back. Since Chairman Xiao has offered, things will be easier on my side." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's assurance, Shi Feng said, "If we wish to defeat the White Tiger Dojo, I'll need roughly 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids." Although those several core members possessed a wealth of combat experience, their physical attributes were simply too low. Meanwhile, unlike virtual combat, real-life combat relied heavily on a person's physical attributes. If he wanted to improve their combat power in the real world quickly, the only way to do so was by pushing them past their brain's limits and utilizing the S-rank nutrient fluids to recover. Only this method would rapidly improve their body's overall strength. He could also nurture the guild's experts, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.